Yes, ready?
Yep.
I made some extra hard questions for you.
Yeah, great.
Okay, so just wanted to challenge you a little bit.
I'm good. I'm ready for it.
Yeah.
Spice it up a little bit.
And one day there will be more people. Well, 5 minutes, people will arrive last minute.
What is my good side? We can turn your.
My wife always asks to be on the same side on all the pictures we take together. Yeah, so like this is my side. Okay. I'm gonna sacrifice myself and take the other side.
Maybe you should show you because your side, your good side is here.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. My name is Guillaume Breton-Ménard, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Chrysler Labs, also a member of the International Soil Carbon Industry Alliance, also known as ISKIA, which is the reason why we're all sitting here today, all members of this incredible alliance. Well, I'm very grateful and privileged to be sitting here. We actually had to cancel the invitation of the Guinness record auditor for the largest panel of the conference, but we were actually officially outnumbered yesterday by a panel of 9 participants. We still have an incredible group of panelists here today, which I believe, I feel very grateful for 2 reasons. The first one, I really feel like we are joined by some very humble pioneers of the carbon farming industry. You have here entrepreneurs that have been building from scratch organizations to try to solve some of the biggest challenges of the carbon farming industry. So very glad to have them here. And the second one, the second reason I believe we should all be privileged is because I believe it's the panel with the most competitors sitting around the same table. So hopefully I won't turn from being a moderator to a mediator, but hopefully will be the audience of very meaningful conversations and potentially debates. So one of the reasons, as I said, is that we are all members of the ISKIA with having one shared goal, that is to build credible and scalable carbon markets. And this is exactly what ISKIA is meant for, to align interests around matters that is very important to us, but also allow innovation that can help scale our industry. So I'm very pleased to be joined today by all of the people here. You can raise your hand when I will be presenting yourself. But we first have Petros Georgiadis, the carbon science lead at Agrina, which is a leading European soil carbon project developer. Samuel Fournier, co-founder and CEO of Chrysler Labs, a soil carbon MRV company leveraging direct cell spectroscopy sensor. We have Harris Camilaris, head of commercial performance at AgriCarbon, an MRV provider specializing in laboratory-based soil carbon measurement. GD Carluccio, VP of Commercial at Perennial, a remote sensing MRV platform using satellite data. Anastasia Volkova, founder and CEO of Regro, a climate intelligence platform supporting agricultural carbon programs. Tobias Horstman, Chief Product Officer at Secana, a remote sensing platform for soil carbon monitoring. And finally, and nonetheless, Paul Martin, COO at Regeneration, a regenerative agriculture carbon project developer in Europe. So thank you very much for all to being here. As we've mentioned already, ISKIA a few times already, I think it's worth pausing for a moment and let ISKIA President Paul explain the origin of ISKIA and what the Alliance is trying to solve for the industry.
Thank you, Guillaume. Hello, everyone. Thanks for being here. So ISKIA, it's the International Soil Carbon Industry Alliance, was created at COP28 in 2023. And it's basically an alliance of project developer, MRV provider, corporates, all involved in the soil carbon space. No worries. Okay. So what do? Is we defend soil organic carbon. We defend market-based mechanism for soil organic carbon to grow. Why? Because we believe that soil organic carbon deliver many benefits for the farming system, for the climate. So we believe in SOC. Here you go. And so even if, as Guillaume said, we're competitors, and that's what we're going to try to underline today, we also share core principles that we think are absolutely key for this market to grow successfully. And so that's what we're going to underline today. Just briefly, because I think it's better if we just move straight into the conversation. How we work as Ischia, we have two committees. We have a science and policy committee where we try to be involved on the review and lobbying of all the texts related to soil carbon. So EU CRCF, we interact directly with DG Clima on the Delegated Act. We review the text before any expert group meeting. We engage on all the new version of Vera methodology, and we engage on new version of GRG, LSRG, all the texts that shape our industry. We looked at it collectively. We share notes and we provide common comments in order for those texts to evolve the right way for this market to be successful. And we have a market and growth committee where we publish position paper to defend the market, where we communicate about the market. We have webinars where we try to tackle topics that are important for the market. We invite demand side, we invite big company for the demand side to share the webinar with us, and we try to go deep on some detailed aspect of our market. That's it. If you want to join us, these are the membership, like the member base at the moment. So you can see here, it's like everyone from like project developer, MRV provider, corporates doing soil carbon program internally. And we have big standards observer members. And there should be a QR code at the end. We'll show it again, and you can join us, reach out to us. We'll be very happy to exchange with you guys. For the discussion, I think we can leave this slide on because it's basically the heart of what we're going to discuss today. And thank you for being here.
Thank you, Paul. Again, thanks for being here. We'll try to have an hour and a half of very meaningful conversations. The questions will be separated in four main blocks. We'll start with a very farmer-centric block of questions for project developers. We'll move on to talking MRV. What does it mean to have a robust and scalable MRV? We'll follow having other group involved discussing what it means a project to be financial viable, and how can we fairly value the work that we do with producers. And finally, explore how cross-industry collaboration can help us move from pilots to durable scale. So let's begin with the first pillar that is around farmer-centric. And we'll start with Paul, since you're already warmed up. So there's a lot of consensus in the industry that project must be farmer-centric, but that can mean very different things in reality. When you add data collection, verification requirements, contractual obligations, what does being farmer-centric really look like? And why is it so critical for scaling soil carbon projects?
There you go. Thank you. So farmer-centric, I think two key pillars from my standpoint, and I think we share that with other project developer. The first one is providing agronomic support. That's the first thing we can provide when we start working with a farmer. So it's really, and we deploy agronomy on the ground. It's easy to think that a conventional farmer can change practices, just putting some cover crop, or it requires some technical adjustment, and especially when climate is challenging. So coming straight away with boots on the ground and being able to say to the farmer, these are the practices, cover cropping, organic fertilization, we're going to help you out. We're going to build this agronomic roadmap together. Before anything is measured, before any value bring in terms of cash, it's like the technical support. This is the first pillar for farmer-centric approach. I think the second one, it's communication about the program. Those programs are complex. There's some requirements attached to them. When we talk about the offset market, there's this concept of additionality, meaning that we're going to straight away look at what historically happened on the farm and on key practices that increase soil organic carbon, such as cover cropping or organic fertilization, we're going to sit with the farmer and discuss, okay, what can you do? Like, what can you do? You have some cover crop. Can we work on increasing the surface and with cover cropping, the biomass, the dry matter restitution? And we're going to look at the additionality piece. We're going to look at how much it costs also, because if we're in a program where there's no pre-financing, we need to be honest with the farmer at the beginning. Those seeds, I mean, it's, you know, 75 to 100 euro per hectare with the technical itinerary for like sowing and destruction and restitution. And it can take 2 years before you bring any money. So you need to have this honest conversation, because there's many farmers, they want to do it, they just don't have the cash for it. And that's why there's a discussion on pre-financing. And when you work with some players, you can bring some pre-financing or some assets in order to implement practices. But when it's not the case, you need to be able to say to the farmer. That's, for me, the farmer-centric approach, is the honesty about what it costs before you can measure and sell any benefits, any soil organic carbon increase. So the additionality and honesty about what it costs and the time it takes. When we do some, like I do a Vera program that is very time consuming. We have a lot of audits. That's the robust aspect of the program we're running. So the farmer needs to know the time it's going to take. The farmer needs to know that I'm going to send some soil sampler to his farm, that I'm going to come with auditors. And he needs to understand that and accept that straight at the beginning, because otherwise he can feel that it's very intrusive and that it takes time for me to bring back value to him. But if I say it up front and I tell him that I'm going to try to be as less as disruptive as possible, respect the harvesting season, I'm trying to be farmer-centric. It's not perfect, but this is part of how you can shape it. So I've talked about the length of the commitment also. It's important. Farmer needs to understand we do that on the long run. So organic carbon takes time. So the length of the engagement, the fact that practices needs to be implemented on a yearly basis, this is also very important, and we support them to do so. And we try obviously to sell the benefit as quick as possible to be able for them to keep putting in place those practices. And I think the data collection process is the last piece. You also don't want to use the farmer time. So you need to have an MRV where you collect as much as possible, obviously remotely, but there's also a lot of data that you go get from the farm management system, from the farmers, some documentation. You just try to focus and involve the farmer on the key data, like cover crop biomass. Like this is a key data that feed my soil model. I'm on a measure and model approach, quantification approach. So there's some key data where I want to go detail. I will ask him to take picture before destruction. I'm going to ask him to really work with his agronomist on some specific aspects, and some data where I can work around without disturbing him too much. And I think making this distinction on the data where you want him to spend time and the data where you can work around with remote sensing and it doesn't hurt your uncertainty is absolutely key. And that's also trying to shape a data collection process that is farmer-centric.
Thanks, Paul. For a second project developer, Petros, you've been involved very much with implementing practices with farmers. Would you relate to those challenges? What are the biggest friction points that were emerging into putting your theory in practice?
Thank you, Guillaume. And thank you everyone for joining. I think like we are pretty much aligned with Paul. The farmer is essentially the final decision maker on what practices they're going to implement, in what pace and what intensity. And in relative terms, he's also the one who takes most risk. And sometimes he takes the risk without having knowledge or education on the adopted practices that they need to adopt. Therefore, when we do a project development, we need to make sure that we make a project designed for the farmer. 3 key elements, I think they relating to what Paul was saying, is we need to have we need to have attractive contracts for the farmer, where with the majority of the share will go to the farmer. We need to make sure that they take the decision and they take the pace. So the project needs to be flexible. There is no norm anymore. So they need to be adaptable, adaptive, and they need to change on the way they can. And lastly, they also need to, we also need to provide fast turnover, so deliver the assets and the outcomes as soon as it's possible. Now, on the other side, the farmer is also, the retention of the farmer is also the greatest risk for the success of the project. And what we are trying to do from our side is reduce the operational friction for the farmer to have a smooth an experience as they can. So when we talk about fast turnover, we are trying to optimize the data processing, automate our pipeline so that we can have as fast delivery of outcomes. And we are also very eager to see how standards can automate their reviewing processes so that they can improve the time delivery for a verified output. And on the other hand, we're also trying to reduce the friction point of data. So when a farmer wants to join a project, they need to be onboarded. They need to understand what they're joining. They need to contract. They need to give us historical data, 3, 4, 5 years data. They need to, some of them need to have soil samples, be interviewed, and then every year give us data activity. That's a lot of data. So we are trying, from our side, we are using a hybrid farmer reported and remote sensing data collection interchangeably for data collection and for verification, where we have focused heavily on our customer success to have that experience smooth for the farmer, but we are also doing a smart user experience platform so that we can improve also the accuracy and reduce the errors of the data. And then remote sensing can come also for that accuracy point where we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Petros. Well, I think it really shows that one of the most important part of a project, the MRV, which is the second block that we're going to turn into, is definitely not only technical, has to take into consideration farmer engagement, operational feasibility. So going into the importance of those key elements that were just discussed, I'd like to get each of the MRV companies' perspective on this question. As an MRV provider, how do you ensure you take into account the best practices enumerated by Petros and Paul? And how perfect does the MRV need to be at different stages of scale? So we can maybe start with those working closest to ground truth data and proximal sensing, starting with you, Harry.
Thank you, and thanks for coming. So this is a really good question. I mean, it is always a balancing act, right? So it is about, okay, how do we balance the scientific rigor with practical implementation? So this is one thing. Balance it. There is an art behind every carbon project. So the way that we see it, it's very important what we mentioned about the farmer, right? So I'll give you an anecdote that we've been to farms to sample, and the farmers had no idea who we were or why we were there. And this is not a problem with communication, it's a problem with project design, right? So it is about ensuring that the farmers know what's happening, they are on board, so you don't have dropout rates. There are ways to implement, buffers and make sure that everything is balanced. But the one thing that's certain is we see that there needs to be a clear return on investment, right? Clear communication on that. So the way that I see it, it's not about sampling versus remote sensing versus modeling. It's how we balance everything to be as scientifically rigorous, but make sure that the practical implementations are there and they're taken care of. So yeah, that's the main.
Maybe we can hear the perspective from Sam, Crysolabs.
Thank you, Guillaume. I'll answer I'll try to answer the second part of the question. I agree with what Ari just mentioned on balancing the act between implementing MRV solution directly in field and the consequences on projects. But to me, I'd say that the second part of the question is more about the different stages of a project and how MRV should adapt to it. My vision specifically on this one is that there should be no compromise on the MRV right from the beginning. And I understand there's some questions about the cost and the investment in that, but cheap is expensive, and cheap can be very expensive in the long run. So imagine building a project and trying to be, quote unquote, more sloppy at first, and then trying to evolve your project in being more high integrity moving down. It is something that is not easy to do, right? You need to change a lot of different things within your projects. You need to change the operations. You need to change, perhaps, make different requirements to your registry as well, which is not always easy to put in motion. So we like to see going AAA right from the beginning and investing directly in your project. And I like also the way we're looking at this at Crisa is we feel there's a duty from the project developer in investing in high quality MRV, at least to support the huge efforts that the farmers are putting into sequestering more carbon in their farms. We are doing this. We are all putting together this large ecosystem to reward people that are working every day to change their practices and have a clear impact on climate change. So imagine a scenario where you are a farmer, you are within a project, and every single day you are contributing to sequester more carbon in your land. But because of the ecosystem and the architecture put forward by your project developer, you are not able to gain a fair share of what you've contributed for the planet, because at issuance or when it was time to sell your credits, the MRV was not done properly. You have, as a farmer, you've done nothing wrong, right? You've done everything you could and possibly could to affect and impact positively climate. But because of the architecture of the project and the MRV put forward, you're not able to get a fair share. And if that scenario was to be the new norm, this will definitely kill our business. So we need to be, there's no way to compromise on the rigor of the MRV. So I don't believe it can adapt. It needs to be good from the get-go.
All right, maybe going to more remote sensing approach. GD, if you want to go.
Hi, everybody. I agree with Sam. Like I said, we make sure that from the beginning, we are partnering both with project developer and farmer. Some people are like, oh, you're using remote sensing, so you never see the farmer, and that's actually not true. We always take soil samples, some with our friends here in the panel, and we actually show up in every single farm for data collection, and we make sure we have a big emphasis on the personal aspect and the empathy. I personally own a farm with my family, and I think it's not just about the technology and the tools. It's about explaining what are they doing and actually putting yourself in the shoes of them and make sure that we take a personal aspect. This is people's lives, people's incomes, like they live in this farm. When you walk into the farm, you're walking to their house. You don't let everybody walk to your house, so you should be the same approach there. So I agree. It's project design, communication, and putting, like I say, the human first before the technology or, whatever pick you want.
Tobias, do you share the same vision?
Yeah, sure. So when we talk about data quality, I think it's also important to distinguish the types of data. I would say we have 3 types of data. One is soil data, which we talked about a lot already. The other is climate data. And the third one is the land management practice data that was talked about a lot by the project developers on the stage here. I think in terms of soil data, there's a lot to it, and I will keep it short. We just wrote a sampling handbook for Vera together with AgriCarbon. So there's a lot about like how to do good sampling design and how to take to the right lab MLS, etc. So that provides really guidance of how to ensure that you have high quality soil data. You can augment that with digital soil maps or with model-assisted estimations to get even more out of those samples. And that's basically what we do quite a lot as well. In terms of climate data, that's not needed for measure and remeasure, but it's needed for measure and model. And that is actually reasonably easy to get globally access to. It has some uncertainties, but that's not that bad. So I would skip over that. I think the other more important aspect is the land management data that is either coming from a farmer or from remote sensing data. And that is, I think, really, really critical, because if you use a biogeochemical model and that biogeochemical model can be perfect, but if you feed it with poor data, it will not pass the true up. And I think that's a risk that every biogeochemical model user has, that they really should be sure that they feed good data into that model, especially for those inputs that the model is highly sensitive for, because otherwise they might fail the true up. Even the model actually was good. It might have failed because of the data. And that's why We help our clients assess that risk and understand that, and then also point them to what type of inputs for the biogeochemical model are the most important ones to get right, so that they don't have issues at the true up after 5 years.
Right, maybe finalizing with Anastasia, operating in different markets and industry types, would you agree with what was discussed?
I will try to go one level higher and also make it into a bit of a story. First, how delightful that our biggest problem at this conference is finding a free seat. It's incredible. Rigor started 10 years ago as an agronomy decision support platform that was aiming to improve ROI for the farmers with the subtle goal of making an environmental impact. I grew up on a arid farm in southern Ukraine. That region right now is partly occupied. Our land is free, our uncle land is occupied. But what you need to know about is a Mediterranean climate where if you only farm regeneratively, you can actually get good infiltration and get good harvest. Otherwise, you're too dependent on rainfall. So why is this relevant? When we started looking at what the farmers were doing, they needed advice, as Paul said. They couldn't transition. They were not my mom, who was just like intuitive, and we have a very small piece of land, so she figured it out. We understood that the arc was inform the decisions in a way that farmers were comfortable to do it, then do it with the data that the capital can trust to underwrite the transition, and then pass the audit with that, and then scale it. And that's how we've built Regrow. So we started with AppSim and other models on crop modeling. We've added biogeochemical models for soil. And even 5 years ago, I acknowledge everything that gentlemen are doing. 5 years ago, I wrote an article on this triangle of what remote sensing, soil sampling, and biogeochemical models are meant to do together. Nothing changed in that regard. We, of course, are now talking a lot about uncertainty, and we're now defining what an MRV is. And if you would allow me like a short cameo, I think in the world where you are not in MRV category, you just refer to everything that has numbers as MRV. But I would say there's an MRV technology and there's a category of software, which is what Regrow does, which is an end-to-end MRV, actually. It's like you procure an ERP, you procure a system for your company. Now companies procure an MRV. And my perspective, which is additional to everything that was said, is more end-to-end. So how can we integrate what good each of the companies here are doing in soil sampling, in good soil models, in good remote sensing? Some of the capabilities, a lot of them we have on our own, but we're also very open to using the best model or whatever model works, whatever data works. So the way that the projects are designed, like Paul was saying, is of course with the farmer, but then nobody here, we're all employed, right? Well, largely, I assume we're all employed by somebody. No one is guessing what your goals are for the month, right? No one is thinking here, oh, I don't know what I'm supposed to tell my boss at the end of the month. Imagine when you have 20 people involved in project development with the farmer and you can't explain to each other what are you trying to achieve, let alone by the end of the month, by the end of an 18-month period. That's a non-starter. No one would fund that project. So instead, what you do is you get together and you agree on it. And MRV plays critical role in, like Tobias said, we provide the sensitivity analysis on what data needs to be collected from the farmer in what geography, based on what we can't collect right now ourselves or can't generate it with remote sensing, so that we know when Paul or anybody who's a project developer goes out to the farmer, they ask for that important piece of data. Usually it's nutrient management, timing, and amount, because we can pretty much remote sense everything else with a good level of accuracy. So there is a way of doing a proxy for it with the biomass, like you've mentioned before. So you don't retrofit an MRV, but I would slightly disagree with Sam that I think now there are horses for courses. You could buy a skateboard, you can buy a scooter, you can buy a bicycle, you can buy a car, and you can buy an autopilot Tesla. And at Regrow, we aspire to give you access to all modes of transportation. Either we provide that, or through partners, we want to assemble an ecosystem where everyone is clear on what they're getting. Because if you are a multinational CPG that wants the same set of numbers globally, you go and work with the highest tier highest rigor. If you're just starting and there is no way there's a biogeochemical model that is configured for your region, for your crop, for your practice, because you're doing 3,000-year-old olive trees in the middle of Italy and they're dying and no one has a biogeochemistry for that, you go and sample that, you go and hug those trees and you go make sure they're all right. So it's a very different approach, and I personally think they're all valid because we need to take everyone by the hand from where they're at and move them to the next spot.
Thank you so much, Anastasia. And we finally reached our first disagreement. So I hope
You're
more will
welcome.
come. Well, you just said it. There are multiple pathways to maybe reach common objectives and goals. So we're going to get into more and more sensitive topics around one of the topic that we often discuss between project developers and MRV systems, which are the trade-offs and project economics. My question for most of you all is the following. How do we maintain scientific rigor and credibility without making soil carbon projects operationally too complex or financially unworkable? What are the real trade-offs you're seeing between cost, speed, and confidence when projects move from pilots to being able to scale? Sam, you can start.
All right. I believe there's always some trade-off, right? Because trying to reach 100% accuracy would be non-economic and perhaps not first even impossible, but also not economic for most project developers. So there's always a balance that need to be found. And this is really where most of the MRV currently today is focused, is on finding that specific equilibrium point between the amount of money you are able to put down on the operation of your MRV in regards to the possible reward, which is basically the amount of carbon assets that can be generated within a project at a specific price that you're trying to get from that market, right? So there's a way for MRV companies to get to a specific, let's say, optimized return on investment point. And that's where, at that specific point, this is where farmers are getting from the best way possible compensated from what they're actually doing in field. And this is what we are all trying to achieve. And I can agree that there's no different way to get there. But at the end of the day, this is what we're really trying all here to focus on. And talking about some trade-off, the thing that I want to highlight, I've talked about rigor earlier, and I stand there, but there's also more and more buyers that we're seeing are getting way more sophisticated, right? So they have, large buyers have due diligence expert, and people are having more and more scrutiny within the assets that they're buying in the market. And for some that were involved with some in transaction lately, it seems like the due diligence processes are just getting longer and longer. So they are getting pretty sophisticated on trying to understand exactly what's going on from an MRV perspective. So we need to put in place the right amount of data, right traceability to make sure that we can provide these data and hopefully provide all the information that they need to be successful in these transactions.
Thanks, Sam. Maybe going to GDs. At Perennials, how do you navigate trade-offs between speed, cost, and confidence?
For scientific rigor. Yeah. So we have a slightly different approach here in this maybe second disagreement of today, if everyone's awake. For scientific rigor, we start with policy and science. So we spent the last 4 years working with Vera to bring BT14, which is a digital soil mapping tool, into the registries. And now we're working with Climate Action Reserve, Gold Standard, Social Carbon, and other registries to expand the access of digital soil mapping. Through that, we spent 4 years with scientists, independent scientists, reviewing every single thing that we did. But it's not that they're reviewing our technology, but they're reviewing also the standards that we write. And it was a pretty hard process where, people are just findings and findings over findings and putting out there. So it brings and many of the people here actually were involved too, and brings some scientific rigor before you even utilize the measurements tools, okay? So the trade-off is we spend a lot of money and a lot of time trying to make sure that this is very rigorous before we bring it to market, okay, at our own cost. You know, there's not much benefit because once published, everyone else can use it. The second part of this is that our North Star is, while maintaining sampling, which we think is the most rigorous, most respected truth, we are in the business of reducing the cost of projects. Our business is to reduce the cost of sampling. That's actually the only reason why BT14 exists. It's because Vera wanted something to be able to reduce the cost of sampling by maintaining scientific rigor. That is the true trade-off. The trade-off was the moment they reduce sampling, then certainty will go up. And the question was, how can you reduce the cost of sampling without making the uncertainty skyrocket? And that's what we spent 4 years on. That was the true trade-off. And the only, the underlying reason of this was because the projects were happening globally, but access to sampling was, not available globally, especially in Africa, where I'm from, in Latin America, and in Southeast Asia, where the samples had to be shipped to Europe or to United States, increasing massively the cost of a project to even start. So that's the big trade-off, is how can we reduce the cost of the project so they can exist by maintaining the scientific rigor? Well, first you work on doing the scientific rigor, you expose yourselves out there to the scientific community. That's why we do peer review papers and 4 years of work. And then after you do that, then you actually have to demonstrate that you can reduce the cost to be able for the project to even exist. Like our basically thesis is, if there are no projects, we have no business. So we have to help them come to life, basically.
Thanks, GD. Anastasia, how do you balance those trade-offs with projects scaling globally?
Thanks, Guillaume. So Regrow has, in the last couple of years, and forgive me, I've acquired this accent in the last 6 years, so it's very annoying, I know, but we have distributed $50 million of US dollars to farmers through the programs that companies run on our platform and sequestered over 1 megaton of carbon abated. So when we think about scale and we think about 22 countries in which the projects exist, the balance, I actually agree with both JD and Sam on this, the balance is an economic balance to strike. You have the scientific rigor, it's the ticket to even come to the party. A lot of people say, well, MRV is a black box. We have such rigorous reviews that we all have to go through multiple levels of audits, and we have reports on that, so that there's actually an authority. Registry appoints an auditor, and they're an authority of whether we're doing things right. So if you're in doubt, refer to the audit report. So science-based, that's audited, you just have to do it. Then you have choices. Do you use the model that is calibrated a bit more tightly, less scope geographically, but higher accuracy, lower uncertainty? Where can this be advantageous? Let's imagine a company works and they only work in one country. They only have farmers in one country. You can use the model in that case. But we work with multinationals all over the world. Some of our projects are multi-million acre and they're multi-continental. And we've trained models locally, but they can be the size of the US, they can be the size of the European temperate growing zone. So in that case, you don't want a farmer in the same project get different answers if we have a border between, Belgium and France randomly goes through someone's farm. That's unacceptable. So I'm giving you an example of how the rigor and uncertainty get balanced in that case, and completely agree with what was said in terms of you need to reduce the cost of sampling so that you can use the sampling very wisely. But sampling also has its own uncertainty. I know there are brilliant people that are working like AgriCarbon and others on reducing that uncertainty. But let's just remember, we send a sample from the field to the lab that is very far away. And technically, we can do that twice and get very different results. So can you imagine mixing that inaccuracy and uncertainty with the model? There's actually a lot of scientific research that's showing that just modeling is better because you have comparable numbers on the baseline and the actual, and you keep propagating them. But we also anchor the models with the baseline data when our partners collect the samples. So I do believe that we've come a very long way from 5 years ago when we literally had this debate of, is it a true trade-off or is it a false narrative? And in that article, I wrote it's a false narrative, that you can have rigor and scale. People did not believe that that's the case. You'll hear later, I'll speak in after lunch at the plenary, and we will talk so much about uncertainty and risk, but you will hear some of the numbers there. At large scale, you'll get a preview from me here, on a project that has a few crops in the rotation, so not 5, but not 2, a few. At large scale of that project, you can get uncertainty down to below 3%. That is remarkable. No one even at Regrow thought that that was possible 5 years ago when we started. With all of the data and mindful uncertainty propagation and collection of the samples according to where the model says they need to be collected. So that's what's possible. Can you just imagine how little that uncertainty buffer now is? You don't need to put 15% in the buffer because we can show it, and then the finance and risk can get on with it because we have the data now. Again, don't say Anastasia said it's possible for every project on the planet, right? Like I qualified what project needs to be, because otherwise it can go up to 8% is what we're seeing. Again, it's not 15.
Thanks, Anastasia. Maybe Toby, working on large-scale projects, how do you approach those trade-offs? What keeps you up at night?
Yeah, a lot of things. I mean, first of all, plus one to what was said before, that at scale, it is easier to be scientifically rigorous because uncertainty tends to cancel out at some point. So that's definitely an invitation for everyone to go big. And I also have a big plus one to what Sam said in terms of finding the sweet spot of scientific integrity and economic viability, which is, by the way, this kind of Venn diagram in the middle. And that's what we at Sekana also really focus on. And that can be quantified. It's basically an economic quantification of what's the optimum return on investment there. Under certain safeguards or under certain barriers. And let's maybe talk first about these barriers. So first of all, there's obviously this minimum threshold of integrity and compliance. That is basically meaning that any estimator that you use, if you use a biogeochemical model, digital soil map, model-assisted estimations, just sampling, should not be positively biased to prevent any overcrediting. And the second thing across methodologies is that you have to make a conservative estimate, which basically means that all the uncertainties have to be properly quantified and deducted for. So it's the job of methodologies or like standards to write those methodologies and VVBs to enforce them. Now, with that minimum threshold being passed, there might be additional criteria coming from a project developer, like saying, hey, I only have this amount of budget available right now, or I need liquidity every 1 or 2 years, so I need to sell credits every 1 or 2 years. So we basically consider these guardrails coming from compliance as well as requirements on the PD side. And from then on, it's a pure economic optimization, balancing MRV cost and uncertainty deductions. And that is an exercise that we do for our clients across all estimators. We basically help them to understand every single decision in their MRV journey, what quantification approach to use, whether to use a DSM or not, or if you want to use model-assisted estimations, how many samples to take, how deep to sample, all these informations can be calculated and fed into this economic optimization calculation. And uncertainty deductions are fine. And in many cases, it's fine to have higher uncertainty deductions because that might economically still be better. And scientifically, that's also fine because the uncertainty deductions lead to the fact that you sell less credits, so you're not overcrediting, as long as the uncertainty is really properly quantified. And by basically comparing all the different ways to quantify change and calculating this economic optimum under certain safeguards from like compliance and PD requirements, that's basically how we approach this balancing act between scientific integrity and MRV costs to make sure that the business case works out for the client in the end.
Thanks, Toby. Harry, to finalize on that one, I think a lot of trade-offs were mentioned. Would you be able to maybe identify key ones that you believe the industry should be focusing on solving?
Yeah, no, I think I agree that there are a lot of trade-offs. So we're closer to sampling and actually understanding what is the ground truth, anchoring, model, remote sensing. So the main trade-off that we see is that, first of all, not every soil carbon project is the same, right? As we mentioned. So there is a minimum threshold, I agree. But what we need to understand is that there are different requirements in terms of both accuracy, cost, timelines, right? So what keeps us up at night is making sure that we understand as an industry and as methodologies our limitations, right? And I'm not saying that, focus on this and focus on the other thing. Understand our limitations, try to, when we talk about uncertainty, what does it mean? So be very, very transparent and very, very clear in the meaning, okay, is it the model? Is it the stratification? Is it the way that we sample? Is it the way we analyze? Try to be very transparent of that so that we can make it comparable. And that is not just, it's both ethical and critical to be able to have comparable uncertainty. So this is the main trade-off for us. We're gonna make sure that everybody understands what is the actual limitations, what can we say, what can we not say when it comes to these projects.
Thank you very much. Well, I think if you guys are kept up at night, I can't imagine project developers who are depend on your project designs and all the work that you do. Yeah, if there are any challenges associated with that, it definitely puts a burden on project viability. So we can maybe turn into the financial viability of carbon projects. As we all know, yeah, top line revenue is so important. Fairness in how we pay farmers is critical to have projects scaling. Yeah, going from pilots to scale is definitely top of mind for you guys. So yeah, for you, Petros, what are the challenges that exist when it comes to financing a carbon project under VCS, for example? And what are some solutions in terms of alternative solutions that offer payments upfront? How is the industry evolving on that end?
Yeah, thank you. Just before starting this question, I think like closing also the previous part, Agrina is a end-to-end MRV and project developer, where we are operating with 5 million hectares across 20 countries, so verified in 10 countries. So it's also a proof point that scalability and project, it is a viable option and it is achievable. And I think like we want to see more of this, and we also want to see smaller projects to evolve in the market that they don't always need to be at such large scales. But coming now to your question, Guillaume, well, I think it's great if we start from move away from the assumption that every practice, that's what Paul, you also mentioned, every practice has the same cost to implement. There's practices that might even reduce the farmer's cost if they reduce the synthetic fertilizers. And there's practices that you might need to add extra seeds and then extra seeding ground to include cover crops, or you might even need heavier investments to buy new equipment. And so some of these practices will require some pre-financing. Pre-financing might come from the farmer himself. It might come from bank loans, green loans. So I'm not sure if that's if we see that a lot in the market yet. It can also come from pre-financed projects where some of these shares can go to the farmer before they start the implementation. Or it can also come from pre-financing from the project developer themselves. Agrina has had this experience. We have pre-financed our farmers to generate the first round, but it's heavily based on an assumption that there is liquidity in the market for the carbon credits. Alternatively, the other thing that we want to do is deliver the outcome, deliver the benefits to the farmer as soon as possible after the verification. And that's where we also find very attractive the measure and model approach, where we can have annual verifications, and we can also generate as soon as possible. Another route is what I personally think it's quite a successful example is the supply shed, where the buyer wants their outcomes, the calendar year where the practice has been implemented. That means that the project developer needs to calculate, deliver the outcomes, and more they want verified outcomes. So that review time becomes very short, and we would love to see that converging with the VCM market to reduce the time from 9 to 12 months that is on verification now to be reduced to 1 to 3 months, and that have this convergence between the standards that they can also become interoperable. Yeah, I think.
Thanks, Petros. Well, going to Paul, and Paul, you will allow me to maybe extend my question, because I think it's super interesting what you just mentioned, that Agrina is actually internalizing all the MRV effort, and this is a conversation we had yesterday, maybe a small elephant in the room that could potentially grow, we don't know. But how is MRV internalization a strategy for financial viability for your project, or what's your vision in terms of financial viability? If it's of interest to you to discuss that, of course, but I think it's a hot topic from.
I want to keep friends if I start to see.
Yeah, well, I think we have to discuss that if we need to.
Yeah, we will. If you allow me just to react on the value, I think all the people here talk a lot about MRV, and they're doing it really well. The main pillar for a carbon project to be robust is how much you pay your farmer, okay? Otherwise, the MRV has nothing to measure. There's no carbon coming to the soil. I'm just going to drop numbers. People can disagree. In Western Europe, if you don't give 50 to 100 euro per hectare to a farmer, your project is not robust. You're going to lose farmer. You're not going to have carbon to measure. I mentioned cover crop, 75 euro per hectare on average. Organic fertilization, 150. Okay, if you don't have animals, you need to source it, you need to spread it, you have labor cost attached to it. If you don't bring this value to the farmer, we can all forget about all what we're talking about. This is the elephant in the room. I sit with the farmer and I talk with him or her about the sequestration per hectare. Okay, so he's like, okay, I'm gonna work with this carbon, this organic matter I bring to the soil, dry matter or organic amendments, and I'm gonna go for this 1 ton per hectare per year, 1.5, 2, like we run this calculation. But then I have to bring the value in front of that. So how do I do that? Well, it's not there yet. And this is clear. This is the elephant in the room. It's not there. So it's multiple financing sources. As it was said here, project needs to serve inset and offset market at the same time. Okay? I want to have Microsoft money on my farm, and I want to have all the supply chain on my farm. And the offset market brought the very robust methodology. And I want the carbon unit to stay with the supply chain. They just need to pay for it. So you need co-claiming mechanism. People need to pay for robustness. Robustness is you pay the farmer, and you better be close to the 100 euro per hectare. And you pay for a solid MRV because you want to make sure you capture the whole volume that you sequester and you not get hit by the uncertainty. How you get there, Europe needs to come. There's a CRCF delegated act. You create a registry. You do API with all the projects that are CRCF compliant. There's transparency. You avoid eyeball counting. And then you incentivize company in the supply chain to buy credits or certificates, whatever the semantic you want, that are robust carbon units, and they claim those in their scope 3 against their targets. There's ways to reconcile intervention accounting with inventory accounting. All of that is just accounting. It's workable. So this is what Europe needs to do in order for us to be able to keep implementing those projects at scale, paying the farmers and robust MRV. Internalization, I think when you work as a project developer, the key asset that you have is the relationship with the farmer. I speak to farmer every day. That's where I get my knowledge, my understanding of the farming system, the farming reality. Now, it's true that if you just have that, then you just have a bunch of invoices from a lot of companies. So internalization is always a question. I think there's also a question of key collaboration between actors in the space. Creating JVs, consolidation, I think it's going to happen because at some point it's like we have business that are working together on a yearly basis for measurement, for data collection. So yeah, it's either you internalize it, either you get closer and closer. But that's how I would look at it. I cannot receive invoices for 10, 15 years from a supplier. At some point, it has to be an equity investment made together. Otherwise, we bear the entire risk with the farmer, and MRV has to take some of that risk as well.
Absolutely. Thanks for your honest answer. I think, yeah, we almost all work as a team here to try to solve some of the very emerging challenges associated with MRV. And maybe one advantage for MRV companies is that they can support a multitude of projects at the same time. They're seeing what work, what can not work, or and you have both of the worlds. But for MRV companies here, from your experience and your customers, what do you believe actually makes soil carbon projects financially viable in the real world, either from pilot to scale? What needs to be true in terms of cost, risk allocation, farmer incentives, market demand for those projects to scale sustainably? And maybe we can start with Toby for that hard question.
Yeah, sure. Of course, there needs to be demand, and that demand is there when there's trust also in how that credit was quantified and in the MRV behind it. I think I would say there are four main aspects of how to make this project then financially viable, assuming that there is a demand. One is obviously that, which is super common sense, the sequestration should be high. There are different practice changes that have different sequestration. You could also use biostimulants. So obviously, the more you sequester per hectare, the more carbon credits you could sell eventually. And also from the MRV perspective, the more you sequester, the easier MRV gets as well. So because the uncertainty doesn't linearly scale with the effect size, which is very, very important to understand as well. The second aspect, which is actually related to the effect size in terms of sequestration, is something called cumulative accounting, which is something that Vera just brought out in the V3, where we worked with them together on, which basically means that you are using the sequestration since the project start to calculate uncertainties and to calculate the change versus just looking at the change since the last verification event. Now, I don't want to, because this is quite technical, but it's a huge, huge lever because it significantly improves project economics over the course of an entire project. And you can read our blog post. There's a long blog post around it on our Secano website. But it basically means that for many estimators, you will never have uncertainty deductions again after the first verification event. And why is that? Because you still have uncertainty deductions, but they are accounted for already in the first verification event. And from then on, you can basically sell the entire sequestration. In some cases, you can even recover credits from previous uncertainty deductions if you are able to reduce the uncertainty through model validation, improved modeling, improved certification, et cetera. So if you have influences on EU CRCF, other standards, make sure that cumulative accounting is included because that's really a game changer for economics. Now, point number 3 is that scale of a project is critical. That was discussed earlier already. And there again, like statistically speaking, uncertainty at some point kind of cancels out. So easy example, if you do measure and remeasure, and you're looking at the variability of organic carbon in soil, it doesn't matter if you have 5,000 hectare or 500,000 hectare, the variance often tends to be the same. Sometimes the variance is even smaller in larger area than for smaller areas, which basically means you need the same amount of samples for, let's say, 500,000 hectare than what you would need for 500 hectare. And obviously, if you generate revenue on 500,000 hectare, you have much more leeway to pay for the samples that you need to do that. And that's something very, very critical to understand as well. The fourth one, and that's where MRV companies come in, and where I also think project developers should not internalize MRV, is that MRV really needs to be optimized to hit that sweet spot of economics. And as MRV companies that work across hundreds of thousands, millions of hectares like we do at Secana, we have much more knowledge to assess the risks, to mitigate the risks, and to help you get to that sweet spot of reducing MRV costs, but only at the same time balancing uncertainty deductions. And I think we had a lot of people that passed working with us in the past that now come to us and say, hey, let's work together, because they realized that they did something that failed compliance, or they did something that leads to very high uncertainty deductions, which breaks the business case. Because in the end, every single decision, every single MRV decision can be boiled down and quantified in terms of what it means economically, if you look at the costs of that and the uncertainty that it introduces. And then you can basically optimize for that. And that requires a lot of expertise that I don't think a PD can do internally.
Thanks, Toby. I encourage the audience to note the sensitive topics that you're seeing. I know that Paul would really like to
Go for it,
detail
Paul.
that more, but I'm
Good
going
bit
to
of
go with
bicycles
Sam.
here.
We still have a few questions here. Maybe we can go back at the end. Yeah, Sam, your vision within your role as an MRV partner, what have you identified as the key conditions for project viability?
Yeah, I want to go back to what Paul mentioned earlier, and I thought it is, pretty in line with what we're seeing. And I don't want to be the party pooper of the carbon market today or something like that. We're all adult here, and no, I'm glad to see so many people at this conference talking about all these challenges here. But yeah, the market buyers needs to diversify. This is no big news. If we remove some of the large tech buyers out there, there's only a very small amount of transaction in the market. So if you're on the unlucky side and you're not, in connection with the 5 biggest tech carbon buyers, you have what, 10% left of the buyers out there. So it is a big constraint, and certainly something that needs to shift. And on our side, what we're doing as MRV, we cannot create demand, or we can do different things to partner with different buyers and certainly add credibility. But we're trying as much as we can. I guess the one thing that stands for us is one of the constraints for most buyers in soil carbon specifically as an asset class is the permanence, right? We hear a lot about how permanent these asset class is compared to what could happen in forestry, for example, or even in blue carbon. And one of the things that we're seeing as a trend now is first going above and beyond the registries. So registries are not they're good they're a good starting point to some extent, but people are going above and beyond what's written in registries to make sure methodologies to make sure that they can have a protocol of even the highest integrity. And one of the example of this is you can go on VM42 today and look at all your projects. They're not rated the exact same way. So it means that there's a different category of asset even within the same registry. So we're seeing people trying to focus on that specifically. Another thing is, in regards more to permanence, is going deeper in soil sampling. So we're seeing a lot of different projects right now in the United States that are going down to a meter to quantify the sequestration of carbon. And as you go down in your soil profile, you're less exposed to reversal. Now you have root zones that are putting carbon deeper and deeper, and that specific carbon could be valued very differently because the risk of reversal because of practices like tilling is way less at risk. So that's something that we're seeing. And one of the thing that we're seeing a lot internally at Chrysler, and I don't know if if it's us invented that specific term or if it's in all of your companies, but no, we see MRV as not OPEX, but really CAPEX, right? CAPEX is yourself, your company investing in asset building. So we are a piece of your CAPEX where we're investing in building an asset. Carbon is a financial product that can be traded, and investing in your asset means that this sits on the CAPEX portion of your P&L. And this is kind of really how we believe we can structure the financial project developer in a proper way.
Thanks, Sam. Anastasia, did you want to comment on that, or you were not supposed to, so don't feel obliged, but I would love to hear you. You seem to be thinking a lot about what Sam was talking about.
Yes, I would like to add a complementary perspective on scope 3 and value chain collaborations. So we do very little in offsets, in carbon credits. Regrow's main book of business and the privilege of supporting the customers is agri-food value chain. We work with top 40 of agri-food bev companies and with their supply chain partners. So how does what Sam said actually implement itself in the agri-food supply chain? So I think of Regrow as the largest independent MRV for ag globally, and we're in the business of risk management and resilience for agri-food system. We're really not in the business of carbon farming necessarily. There will be multiple things that we will realize as a community as to what is good to do on the land. And we will figure out how to help the farmer get paid for it. And there'll be so many versions of this over the years. And I think as long as what gets measured, gets managed, and gets paid for, Regrow will spend time in that place. So when we're thinking about viability of projects for regenerative farming more broadly, I see them as critical risk projects where, for example, if you are in barley supply chains, your adaptability of barley is running out of bandwidth with current climate. If you're a beer company, it's very likely that the farmers will either be able to grow barley with too high of a protein content for you, and then they will have to drop it into the feed supply chain, which is not good for you, not good for the farmer, catastrophic for the value chain that has billion-dollar assets. I am not someone who drinks beer a lot, but it is a value chain that makes money for the farmer, and it's part of a cultural heritage on a national level for so many countries. So this is just a identifiable example when you're going to be at dinner drinking beer. Think about who you bought it from, and maybe check if they have a resilience program. It might get more expensive. So to me, the robustness of the projects and investments is directly connected to risk assessment, which we usually help companies drive from the data perspective. So we have the monitoring and the practice, outcomes, and risk data on 1.5 billion acres around the world. It's 52% of the world's arable land, down to the field level 7 years back. That's what the corporate platform of FreeGrow looks like. If you want to see it live, we'll show it at the AI workshop tonight with Matthew. What companies can see there is, where do I optimize? Where do I go to any of the gentlemen here and start a project in that area because I have risk, and risk of yield loss and yield instability, of prevent plant, of damage from flood and drought is highly correlated with conservative, conventional farming methods. I'll share it maybe in some numbers later today as well, but the regenerative farm is 12 times more likely to plant in a flood than a conventional farm. That's what we see in our big data approach. So the level of risk, when you've taken all the loans, when you've bought all the seed, when you did everything, is very high. So now conventional farms are starting to be seen as potentially a stranded asset. A lot of us understand what that means from finance and asset management. It means it will not be investable. So I wish for my entire panel of colleagues a boon of realization of climate risk investment requirements.
Thanks, Anastasia. JD? We know that you're sensitive on MRV cost. So, working with your customers, what have been and how have been some key conditions for project viability and success?
I think we talk a lot about MRV costs, so I'll take a different angle. I'm going to agree with my friend here who wants a revolution. It's all about the money in the farmer's pocket. That is the truth. And I can tell you by personal experience that we changed our farm, the grazing side of our farm, which is about 800 hectares in Uruguay, to run an AMP, which is basically manage more intensively the grazing. Why did we did that? Because they pay us 10% more of the price at the time they were selling our beef to export as grass-fed into the European Union. Period. Money in the pocket, happy to change things. No money, go back to all things. So as an MRV, yes, we try to minimize the costs and everything, but I'm going to agree that unless you're paying to change the behavior, it's just not going to happen. Period. The one other point I will make on this, which I'm glad he said 50 to 100 euros per hectare in Western Europe. I really like that you were that specific, because we work in every continent except Antarctica, obviously. I know. Yet, hopefully we can keep it that way. I know. But like $10 in an hectare in Kenya is like paying someone in Brazil $200. And it's like paying someone in Iowa $1,000, or in France. So it's the same dollar. It just has an incredible difference for a 1 hectare landholder farm in Africa, in France, in Brazil, it changes. It's the same dollar for the CPG. It's the same dollar for, Microsoft, but it changes the life depending on where it's deployed. So it's extremely important, again, put the farmer first, sure that they get paid, and manage the viability of the project to make an impact, not just to count pennies and dollars. No one cares. Like, are we making an impact? Well, maybe the impact is just $10. Maybe the impact has to be 50 to 100. Maybe the impact has to be 1,000, depending on where you are. Well, whatever the impact is, focus on trying to help. We focus a lot on trying to help food companies and project developers to try to bring a little more empathy to the project from an even from an economically perspective. And like I always tell them, it's going to make an amazing story, and you actually can be proud of your program. You can travel to Kenya and see the changes, travel to Uruguay, to Argentina, to Bolivia, and see the changes. See the people being like, I am happy to be part of this program. That's I think, like at least what we focus on helping. Sam mentioned we don't create demand. True, because we're a measurement company, but we also are, at least we personally, Perennial works with all the tech companies and oil and gas companies. And Microsoft is an investor in Perennial, disclosure. So we introduce project developers to everybody that we know that have money. Like I said, we can't commit to anything because we have to be independent and measure. But I will introduce you to everyone that has money, because if they can put money into someone's farmer's pockets, yeah, why not?
Thanks, JD. Well, we can hear it from the mouth of a project developer. Are your MRV partners on the right vision? What's good enough for farmers? What's the case for you in terms of financial viability? What needs to be true?
So I think Toby said, like, project developers should not internalize MRV. So I think I agree with him that MRV have developed very precious skills, okay? And they're very valuable, and that's why we work with them. But the elephant in the room is that we spend a lot of money and time to collect the data that feed into the development of those tools, okay? So it's a discussion we have very often. And so that's something at some point that you need to reconcile. And when we lose a farmer, we lose a potential sampling point, we increase the uncertainty of our project. So we deal with that risk, we collect that data, we put a lot of capital, and we feed the development of those tools. So that's where there's something, but it's us to figure this out more than discussing it here. But I just want to finish on a positive note on the financing bit. I think, as I said, like MRV costs, people like those guys are working in making the cost robust and the smallest possible with the scale of your project. The positive thing is that now supply chain company, they have the GHG land sector guidance removal that tell them what is a removal. Standard, yeah, sorry, okay. And it just came out, obviously, but what does it say? It says to supply chain company, they need to do this. They need to get tier 3 data that are farm specific, parcel specific if they want to do removal, and they have to do removal, that's where the value is. They need to soil sample at least every 5 years for the calibration of their quantification tool. If it's a model, if it's a DSM, obviously if it's just soil sampling, you resample. So soil sampling has to happen. And what we see now is a lot of supply chain company coming to us and say, I want a Vera-like approach, because they know the GRG and SRG is not giving them all the detail, statistical equation to define the number of points, uncertainty, definition, confidence interval in your stratification, all those kind of things. So they say, like, let's be GHG and SRG compliant, bring your expertise with your MRV and your expertise as a project developer to do Vera-like project in the supply chain. And this is great. It's the beginning, but it's happening. And that's going to force co-claiming because there's a cost attached to it. And we also need to bring back always in the equation, MRV is one thing, the other thing is you pay your farmer, and we need to put money, like numbers. That's why I'm repeating it. Yes, you need to contextualize it. I work in Western Europe. €100 per hectare. That's what you should aim for today in today's environment. And that's changing. There's Iran, there's more costs coming to those farmers with the geopolitical situation. So 100 euro per hectare in Western Europe. Like I'm just going to repeat it. This is what the supply chain needs to bring to the table to farmers on top of the MRV cost, because this is the money to put in place practices. We're very far from that. So I just want to make sure that this is clear.
I love where you're going, Paul, with your passion. And I will let Ari answer one hard question before we go to the audience Q&A. We still have a few questions, but I guess I'm seeing common faces here that are known to ask hard questions. So hopefully you will be tested. But Harry, we often hear that there is not one fit-all solution, that diversity of approaches is healthy for our industry. Where do you believe that we need alignment? And where is diversity of methodologies and business models actually be healthy?
Yeah, well, diversities of methodologies is here, like all around us. It's really helpful and it's really healthy to bring innovation and to bring innovative techniques and different ways to measure, different ways to model. It really is helping and is progressing. The one place that I feel that we need, and this is what we've seen in agricarbon, right? The one place that we need alignment is we need to start using a common language when we are talking to buyers, to farmers, to everyone. Like we need common language, we need alignment in the main MRV principles like uncertainty, what does it mean? Like where is the limitations? Where do we need to bring different technologies in to help? And again, it is about the cost, right? This is the number one thing. So even if you have the best science and the most credible science, if the cost is prohibitive, a project will not go through. So it is about, sampling, yes, 100%, but how we do this smarter, how we do this more efficient, how we utilize remote sensing to help, how we utilize models, and how we all work together, but with the common language. I think that's the main thing for me in terms of alignment in this room.
Thank you, Ari. So we'll move to questions from the audience. I will pass the microphone. Yeah.
Hi. Yeah, thank you. I have a question about double claiming. So I agree with you that we do need co-claiming or multiple claiming. Inventory right doesn't provide anyone from saying, well, I financed it and everything. But so far, there is this SBTi-GIG protocol rule that actually prohibits double claiming if they are sold as offsets, which I find completely illegitimate. But anyway, but this is how it is. So since part of your business is actually to incorporate the emission reduction factors in the right way, and you had all this talk about fair payments and information to the farmers. So how do you deal with that concretely when you do sell offsets outside of the value chain? Sorry? Oh yeah, I'm Clotilde Tronquet from the Institute for Climate Economics.
Thank you for your question. So me, I like to keep it simple. I work at created carbon unit at farm level and robust carbon units. Let's call them credits, certificates, I don't care. It's semantic. I produce robust carbon units with farmer and I need to get the most value to pay those farmers because it's, as I said, the centerpiece of the robust project before talking MRV. So then I have those carbon units and I have to get the value for the farmer. I can sell them as credits. I can sell them in the supply chain. It's not prohibitive. Like right now, if you look at the current text, you just need to have a dual ledger. You need to make sure that you, as a CPG, you trace what is, what you have. First, what is your inventory? So your scope 3 reduced because your farmer started to put in place regenerative practices. Your scope 3 reduced. Then, how much did you pay for that reduction? That's your claim. because maybe other people in the supply chain pay, not you. So your scope 3 reduced because you were subsidized by other people. I think that's where the Europe needs to use the current text, and you need to make people accountable. We need to know who in the supply chain is putting money at farm level. And people need to be exposed because your scope 3 can reduce. If you do nothing for it, everyone needs to know about it. And you need to show that your target, they don't move. Your scope 3 reduce, your target, they don't move. So co-claiming is, listen, we know that no one in the supply chain can pay for everything. So you need Europe to come and create simple methodology for co-claiming vertically when you have one commodity going all the way from the farmer to the retailer. There is ways to do that and still trace to tier 3 data. With aggregator and proxy at that level, there's way to do that. And then also on the rotation, we need to work on, there's some costs that you have to amortize over a few years because you only sample every few years. So you need to be able to bring the buyers on same location, and that's feasible as well. And that's where the traders and the aggregators have a huge role to play in the supply chain. And the credits give a right of first refusal to the supply chain. I'm happy to sell all my credits to the supply chain. I just want them to pay for it. Pay the farmer, pay the MRV, and make this robust. Of course, it has to be co-claimed. Otherwise, you're subsidizing other people. But you need to first create real incentive. So you put the light on the people that are free riding in the supply chain. We know who they are. There's ways to go and see who is putting money at the farm level. Create a simple structure so people have a playbook and they can engage with vertically, horizontally. And if there is credits going on the offset market, by the way, there's two deals in the offset market. It's Microsoft. Okay, it's one with Indigo, one with Agro. It's still very small market. Okay, carbon farming on the offset for robust methodology, it's still very small. 2 deal, 5.5 metric ton for over 12 years. So it's the beginning. And let's see if it takes off. I hope it does because it will put pressure on the supply chain to go and buy robust carbon units. But I'm hopeful because now GHG and SRG is really using the same methodology, this harmonization of what should be done at farm level for removal. You just need to have this accountability with the claims and clear co-claiming structure vertically and horizontally.
Thanks so much. Great session. Anna Lehman, I'm an independent advisor in carbon markets for 25 years, counting. Just a thought, keen to hear mostly from those actually working with farmers, a word on data sovereignty and what can we do to really turn around the conversation and empower farmers so they can choose from the service providers and sell their impact really on their own terms. I think we've seen great examples on social safeguards in this regards coming from the international space, really under the leadership of indigenous communities. I've heard very little on this here on the summit. It's a great concern. Thanks for your reflections.
Question, data sovereignty. We can go with a multiple.
Hello, Marlene from Carbon Market Watch. I have first a question for you, Toby. You were mentioning at the very beginning that you worked on this sampling book with Vera. I don't know to what extent you're familiar with the draft methodologies under the carbon farming CRCF scheme, but if so, could you give some sort of assessments with where the Vera rules lie in comparison to the CRCF? My personal take is that the rules in the CRCF are not very robust. And then I just had another question on reversals and how you deal with quantifying these reversals, also both avoidable and unavoidable. Unfortunately, under the CRCF, they're only really considering unavoidable reversals. I think, again, that's a gap, but it would be nice to hear from you how you deal with this. Thank you.
Questions? 3 minutes. Well, 2 there, 1 there. Who wants to answer the data sovereignty? No? I know that you has a lot to do
Well, you can see when you ask about data sovereignty. Yeah, we don't want to monopolize time. We want to distribute it amongst the different folks on the panel. I think you're bringing up a really good point. I think there was a misconception, and maybe companies contributed to it, that farmer data inherently has this monetizable carbon value for it, it has value for them for running their operation. Like it's vital data for them. Of course, everything we do, and I'm sure that's the case for everyone here, is GDPR compliant. And the way that we work with data privacy is because we're an end-to-end MRV. The project developer brings the data, or the company brings the data. It can be a cooperative, could be whoever. Then there's multiple steps how the data gets actually anonymized and de-identified when it gets processed within the MRV and when it gets surfaced to the auditor. And so we've developed processes around that to make sure that we could handle it well. And when I speak about those large-scale maps, there's no field boundaries in those maps. They're aggregate maps for driving policy decisions. So we've thought about how to actually how to promote the value generation on farm at a field level by leaving that data there and monetizing only for what it was given and intended to. So that's the regrow version of this.
Yeah, great question on the sampling handbook that Vera just launched, for which at Secana we were the technical authors of the statistical concepts, sampling design, sample size estimations, appendices, and also AgriCarbon authored the section on lab analysis and field sampling. And so I'm quite familiar, obviously, also with the EU CRCF draft, which lacks a lot of clarity and bringing clear statistical guidance and concrete meaningful guidance to the market. So I hope that EU CRCF reads the sampling handbook that Vera just published, because this is really, from my reading, and I read all the sampling guidance around the world because we do sampling design quite a lot, it's the first time that there's actually a clear guidance of how to do sampling for the use case of carbon farming. Everything else that was out there before was basically based on how it's done in science for very different contexts and not optimized for large-scale projects that have tens, hundreds, or millions of hectares, and where the target depth might be different, where uncertainties are treated differently. So I think this handbook that Vera just launched is going to be a game changer. It's tailored for VM42, but most of the concepts are applicable across all samples. It doesn't matter. There's just one tiny difference, which is one aspect where the way of how uncertainty deductions are treated in VM42 is explicitly referenced to in the sampling handbook. But that's, we also launched a calculator for that. You can check it out on our website. So you basically plug in a few assumptions of your product, and then it calculates you that sweet spot of how many samples you should take to balance the sample size and the uncertainty deductions. And that equation is based on how uncertainty deductions are calculated in VM42, but that can be quite easily adjusted for EU CRCF, because the approach in EU CRCF for uncertainty deductions, it's quite similar. It just uses different confidence interval. And the calculator that we have actually has a chance for you to choose from VM42 to EU CRCF, and then it basically leverages that way of uncertainty deductions in the backend, and then you can use that as well. So I think if you have chances to influence EU CRCF, maybe point them to the document to make sure that clearer guidance that really meets the needs of carbon farming projects is given there as well. We also work with EU CRCF authors. Actually, our CSO, he is part of some of the in-person workshops, but on the legislative and European level, things sometimes take a while, a lot of discussions. So I think it's good if it comes from multiple different angles to provide some more clarity there.
The last question. I'll go, sorry for the proximity.
Thank you. Laurette Laurent for BVCA Cooperative. So first, I would like to thank for emphasizing on the fact that without farmer, we cannot have robust carbon farming. So thank you for that. And at the very beginning, you said that you use remote sensing to ease the data collection and all the life of farmers in their reporting. Can you concretely say what type of data you can collect with remote sensing on farms management, please?
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, I think this technology is still evolving. I think practically what we are implementing at Agrina, we are looking first of all to make sure we have the boundary check corrected with using remote sensing. We are looking for green cover crops. We are looking for tillage method, and these are some of the practices that we are implementing. I don't know, cover crop detection as well is something that we keep developing. Yeah, but crop detection, yeah. Sorry, crop detection. I don't know if there's someone else who.
Yeah, so mainly we do SOC, but we also, for different type of customers, we do SOM, we do nitrogen, we build models of the different things that we need. So we have them pH, microbial activity. It depends basically on your needs. Some people want carbon, which is most of here, but some people want like soil health. So they were trying to understand the soil health of their cooperative. So we tend to do, what specifically is your definition of soil health? And we basically create models. We usually already have them. To measure SOC, you need like pH, clay, SOM, like temperature, microbial activity. So we have those models. We disaggregate the models and we provide the different maps of the different data. And like I said, that's some of the data you can actually use. I don't know if I would call it remote sensing. It's more like digital mapping to actually create the measurements.
Yeah. On the soil organic carbon side, we have a quite similar approach to perennial. On the practice change side, it's you can detect a lot of that with remote sensing, but there's also the question to what accuracy. That brings us back to uncertainties, which is a challenge because in the end, if you then use completely remote sensing derived practice change detection and also like tillage depth, and it's very, very hard basically to basically feed your biogeochemical model, that uncertainty might be so high that you get to challenges at the true up. And that's why I think it's good that you have a combination approach of remote sensing and also farm data.
Closing remark. Answer.
I just wanted to answer Lorette's question. So Regrow 5 years ago pioneered generative AI models for remote sensing, and we used transformers, and we were able to, what gentlemen were talking about, train in one country and apply in a different country by fine-tuning the data there, because there's a lot of data in France, there's less data in Poland, but it's very similar. And technically, it's also similar to Argentina in terms of crop rotation, similar to Ukraine. So what do we have now with remote sensing? We can map out, and all of this has accuracy and uncertainty characteristics because it's a model. I'll get to it, but it got approved recently, which is the first time remote sensing fed biogeochemical model derived emission factors. I know I said a lot of things, but remote sensing derived biogeochemically calculated emission factors were recently approved by SustainCert. And what is the data we derive? It's crop type, it's crop health, it's dates of planting and harvesting windows. So you can use all this data to verify what the farmer self-reported data is, because we all know, we all spend a lot of time helping farmer collect the data, but sometimes it's just select all fields, this one date for planting all of them. We know that's not actually how it works. And maybe sometimes the rain falls in that week and it actually matters for your emissions, whether it's nitrogen fluxes, for example. It's presence, absence of cover cropping. It is a little bit tricky to identify the cover crop mix, but we can see if it's a simple one type crop or a mix. And the tillage. So what was the tillage historically, what it is now for all of these parameters. It is the trickiest part, like Toby said, the tillage, especially the depth, but we bucket them in different categories that match the biogeochemical model to understand how that disturbance can translate into actual impact on emissions and the yields and the crop cycle. So the feedback that we got when we were passing the audit is that we're one of the first to do it, and we are full transparency currently propagating the uncertainty through that, because uncertainty is accounted everywhere, but when you're starting to take the remote sensing and then pass it through the biogeochemical model, it's not biased compared to default data that we might use sometimes when we don't have on-farm data that can be introduced in the bias. So it's a technical session. If you want more of this, come and find us later. Guillaume.
Thanks, Anastasia. Sorry for being a bit above our time. I'm glad to see that 1 hour and a half wasn't enough. I feel like we could have gone over with more questions. Yeah, thanks to all the panelists. I think we realized that a myriad of approach is very healthy for our industry, even though there is a common goal of uniting our protocols and our approach, but I think we're in the right direction. And it was very great to hear some project developers as well corroborating the view of our MRV partners right here. So I wish everyone a great rest of the day. Again, if you want to join the Alliance, the QR code is right here. And if you want to keep engaging in such delightful conversations, you're very welcome. So enjoy the rest of your day and your conference. And we are available to answer any questions right after the call, at the talk. Thank you.
Currently, we don't have a moderator here, but so we will have a self-managed session. We are rolling the dice to decide the order of presentations, so that apparently I am the first one, and I'm asked to be the first one, even because even though the topic of this session is about livestock, I'm a presentation of a different topic because I am Alberto myself, and I work for the Italian Composting Association. So my job is dealing with compost, organic fertilizer, and organic waste recycling. And I am also a member of CIC, which is the Italian Composting Association, is also member of the European Compost Network. So I speak here in the double role of ECN, European Compost Network, and Italian Composting Association. I have a presentation, and maybe I go here. If you can open the presentation. Do I have a remote, or do I have to ask you? Thank you. Okay. So I quickly, shortly talk you about the benefits of compost, in general, organic fertilizer deriving from the recycling of organic waste, and let's try to see if this works. Due frecce. Okay. Okay. So I'll talk you briefly about the benefits, extended benefits of soil application of compost and digested. So the organic fertilizer deriving from the recycling of organic waste provides to soil, starting with the peculiarity of the compost and digestate I will talk you about, which is that deriving from organic waste recycling. ECN and CIC, the European and Italian compost associations, have as a mission the pushing forward of the bio-waste and organic waste recycling chain. So driving organic waste from a landfill, from an incinerator, with the environmental burden that it brings, to the separate collection and recycling route, which is our favorite one. A couple of words about the situation. 38 million of bio-waste already separated, collected, and recycled in Europe, according to the 2022 status report provided from ECN. So there is a robust industry, there is a robust background on this, but there is large room for improvement. So we have an expectation of at least 78 bio-waste separate collection and recycling more, which would be much helpful to meet the municipal waste recycling targets provided by Europe. And this room for improvement derives from Europe being a match of front runners and lagging behind countries in terms of separate collection and recycling. So in both cases, we have to provide provide all the conditions for supporting the chain, including the continuous application of the end product of compost or digestate to soil. For this reason, the ECN has established in its working groups, among its working groups, a specific target groups on soil and organic matters, which I have the honor to chair since 2020. It's a group formed by around 30 participants among the members of ECN, and the scopes of the aims of the task group is to raise awareness and demonstrates the importance of soil organic matter, both in soils and the one provided by with the compost and digestate, and to strengthen the organic matter cycle. Thanks to the work of this task group, recent production of ECN was of two fact sheets. The first one providing evidence on soil health improvement from long-term compost application. And the second one is more an application of the first one, because it brings agronomic and economic relevance of compost in farm applications. So it's more a fact sheet whose target is farmers in order to understand how to turn compost application into an agronomic and economically feasible thing. I will just briefly talk you about the first fact sheet, so the one about the evidence of soil health improvement from long-term compost application trials, which actually is a compilation of over more than 20 studies of long-term compost application, compost and digestate application on soils of certified quality compost for the reason that the compost is a provider of organic matter, of specialized microbial community, of nutrients which are partly readily available and partly available on the long term. This match in soils, so in combination with this organic matter in soil, with the microbial community in soil, with the two ecosystems of a farm soils, which are soil and the plants that grows on soils, allow for these categories of benefits that are grouped in this fact sheet, in this document, in this with these categories, being them the soil organic matter improvement, the carbon improvement, the improvement in structure of soils, so physical properties of soil, water retention, the biological properties provided by the addition of organic fertilizers, the nutrients supply and cycling in the soil, and even down to the modifications in the improvements in the implications, sorry, in the yields, in the crop yields. Again, problems with the remote, sorry. If you can simply go on to the next, I ask you to go in the other slides. So the next slide will be about the fact that in this fact sheet, the results of these studies are presented in several ways. For example, in this infographic, you can see that as results from these trials, you can see that the improvements in the benefits provided by the application of compost and digestate to soils change over the time. So applying organic fertilizer to soil is not a matter of a one-off application, but you have to reapply this application over the time in order to see the benefits increase year by year. And things are particularly relevant when you read about the trials that have lasted decades, which is the case of some of the references provided by the document. Next slide, please. Again, there is a section of this fact sheet that for the categories of benefits provided, you can see insights in the specific benefits provided to soils according to the studies. And in particular, I brought you the example of the soil biology. You can see that the trials that have faced this topic highlight the improvements in enzymatic activity of soils, the biological activity, the increase or the amelioration of the microbial community, and the earthworms activity in soil. And you can have even some quantitative data, again, provided by the studies. All the studies are referenced, so you can have in the last part of the document, of the fact sheet, all the referenced reporting studies in order to allow you to give a look. among these studies, now I wear the clothes of the Italian Composting Association, because among these studies, I just want to bring to your attention, and just a few slides, and then I will give the floor to the other honorable members of the panel. This is a long-term study that was established in Italy next year in Ferrara, in the Po Valley, 35 minutes by train from here. It's a work that has been wanted by CIC, by the Italian Composting Association. It was scientifically coordinated by the University of Bologna, Professor Grigatti. It's a project that started in 2018 and it's still ongoing. So since almost 10 years, we are providing in specific plots in an agricultural foundation called Fondazione per l'Agricoltura Fratelli Navarra, which is an agricultural research center. We are implementing an activity aimed at highlighting both the carbon stock properties of compost and the nutrient effects of nutrients contained into compost to the activity of soil and of the crops. Briefly, the keywords of the experiment of this trial are this one. We are using in different plots different mixtures of specific types of compost. You can see that 3 types of compost we are using. So there is a bio-waste compost coming just from plain composting processes, a compost coming from the double process anaerobic digestion followed by composting, and the 3rd type of compost which is a compost in which even sewage sludge has been used as a feedstock for the production of the fertilizer. We have established in the agronomic path, there are 2 agronomic paths in this experiment, in this trial, a carbon sink path in which we provide these compost year by year, and there is a nutrient path in which we provide compost just 1 every 3 years, and the 2nd and 3rd year we provide just mineral nitrogen fertilizers as a top-up application. Of course, being this an experiment, we have plots in which we do not provide any types of fertilizers and plots in which we provide just chemical fertilizers. And from an agronomic point of view, we are providing, we are running a rotation of soft and durum wheats and maize, depending with the alternation depending on specific situation. For every matrix we provide, we assess different aspects, both agronomic and aspects related to the contamination of the matrices. We analyze compost, of course, but soil as well, the plants that have been grown on the plots, and the crops in terms of yield, nutrients contents, and heavy metals, and so on and so forth. I just give you and finish the 2 main aspects, the results on the 2 main aspects we are investigating, which are not the only ones. First of all, of course, the situation about organic matter and carbon. In this graph, you can just compare the situation at the beginning of the trial, so organic carbon content in this soil in 2018, so less than 1.5% carbon content in that soil, and the other plots show you the 2025 situation in the different types of plots, in which you can see, I just highlight the fact that all the plots amended with compost have grown in carbon content. Above all, the carbon sink path, the one in which compost was provided year after year. On average, we have a 35% increase in carbon content in the nutrient path and a 75% increase in carbon content in the carbon sink path. And this is the average, but as you can see, we have a peak when dealing with the compost deriving from integrated anaerobic and aerobic processes, because probably the fact that the carbon content, the carbon the organic matter in that type of compost is particularly stable due to the double process that have undergone the waste. Last but not the least, crop yields. Just focus on the differences. So we can see here the crop yields in the different agronomic pathways in different years, accompanied by the Taki test to assess the statistical difference between different crops. Basically, what I want to highlight is that if in after the first year of application of compost, we had different a ranking in crop yields because the non-fertilized plots were the lowest in terms of crop yield. Compost plots yields were average, while the chemically fertilized plots were the highest in crop yields. But just after 2 years, the situation was that compost and chemical treated plots had statistically the same crop yields, and this result has been being confirmed year after year. So basically we are totally replacing the mineral fertilization with compost fertilization. It must be said that we are using huge loads of compost because we are using the maximum allowed amounts of compost with respect to the available nitrogen content. So this must be said, but the result is this. So basically I have finished, but just to recap, we are basically claiming to take deeply in consideration compost without any discrimination, even in carbon farming activities, because organic the fertilizer and compost in particular provides benefits that go beyond the simple storage of carbon. Compost and digestate are, again, derived from the diversion from landfills and incinerators of organic waste. So it's worth considering compost in the carbon farming activities that we all want to push forward in the next future. So I have finished, and sorry again for the off-topic intervention. I'm available for questions, but I leave the floor to my colleagues and enjoy.
So maybe before having my slide, just let me introduce myself. I'm Anna Slot. I work at the French Livestock Institute. And today I will present you some experience from the French methodology we have developed in the frame of the label Bas Carbone for the livestock. And also the experience from several projects where we try to go beyond only the carbon aspects, but also to evaluate other it's not my presentation. I'm not Sebastian. So trying to go beyond only the carbon to assess other aspects of the sustainability. Yes, sorry. Thank you very much. So yes, we are several colleagues working on this aspect, and my colleague Elisabeth Castellan was not available today, so I'm representing her.
So yes, we are trying to assess if the low carbon farms are more sustainable than others with different indicators, so environmental, social, and economic indicators. And I will present it then to you. So maybe to start on the label bas carbone, so we have developed a method at the French Livestock Institute to assess the carbon emissions reductions for the livestock farms. In the frame of this label bas carbone, that was created by the Ministry for Ecological Transition in 2019. So we developed a methodology to assess the emissions reduction. So the scope of this methodology includes the indirect emissions, so all the outputs that are used on the farm, the direct emissions on the farm, and finally the carbon sequestration. So this method, for the moment, is only for bovine sectors, so dairy and meat and crops as well. And in the future, we will include the sheep and goat farms. So that's the scope for the moment. The calculation method is based on life cycle analysis. So we have a tool that is called Cap2Ware that was developed by the French Livestock Institute to assess the carbon footprint of farms. Great, thank you. So yes, maybe just to give you some context. So yes, agriculture plays a major role in climate change, but I think you already know it. To give you an idea of the number of farms we work with, it's 2,600 livestock farms across Europe in different European projects and French projects as well. And so on these farms, we have 300 farms certified with the label bas carbone. So I started to present you a bit the method. So you have the main guidelines for this method. We propose 40 practices to the farmers, the idea being that the farmers have really flexibility to build carbon action plans that really fit to the farm's context. And that's why we rely on a specific baseline with the carbon audit tool. So again, we really know for each farm, what are the sources of emissions and how to reduce them. So the tool based on the life cycle analysis per kilogram of live meat or liter of milk. And it's a 4-year project with a first audit, so an initial and final audit, and then we will assess the emissions reductions between these 2 audits, and with technical visits to assess also the implementation of the practices. But to go beyond carbon, so with 3 projects, so live carbon farming, live green sheep, which is also another European project on sheep, obviously, and also a French project for goat, we try to develop a sustainability grid to also assess the other key challenges faced by the farmers. So the economic performance, the working conditions, and also the other environmental indicators such as water quality or biodiversity. So we think that this sustainable transition must address all these indicators. And the goal was to build an easy method to be used by the advisors on the field, so not too much indicators, a method adapted to all ruminant productions, and finally, sustainability evaluation that is linked to this environmental audit we carry out with the tool I've just spoke about. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this method is based on the 3 pillars of sustainability with around 40 indicators collected on farm, so tested on the 2,600 livestock farms. Just the one before, if possible. Yes, perfect. And it's designed to be simple and quick to use. Thank you. And carried out at the farm level with common indicators across the three sectors I've presented. So the idea is that we have the pillars, we have issues, and then criteria, and then indicators. So we have, for example, several indicators for the same issue. No weighting, so all the indicators have equal importance in this sustainability grid, and then we convert indicators into scores. So we compare the results of the farm with the national average, and if we have it, the regional average for each indicator. Benchmarks adapted to each country and production system, because we are working with other European countries. So the objective is also to have the references for the other countries. And finally, social pillar mainly assessed using qualitative indicators when speaking with the farmers. Next slide, please. So here you have an example of results from the Life Greenship project. Thank you. So with the different impacts, so you will have yes, it's working. No, not at all. Never mind. So we have the pillars, the social pillar with for example, the contribution to employment, territory impact. We have the economic impact, so viability of the farm, dependence to subsidies. And finally, the environmental pillar. The first results from the Life Greenship project shows that with the sample of the farms from the project, the farms that perform the best on a carbon aspect are not the more sustainable farms. It means that they are in the average for this sample of farms. So we compare the farm in this sample of farms from the Life Greenship project. For the moment, we didn't do it for the average farms in France or in the other countries. So the tool allows this global sustainability evaluation. And what was really important for us was also to have feedback from the advisors, because we speak a lot about collecting data on farms, and it seems simple to just say to the farmer, we need this data and this data, but in fact, it takes a long time. And it has advisors need to be trained to this data collection grid. So for the social data, no difficulty for the advisors, and the farmers were quite interested to talk about it, because it changed from the only carbon aspects and all the technical data. So with the social data, they are able to talk also about life balance, for example, between working life and private life. Economic data are more difficult to collect, not necessarily in France, but in other countries, it was more difficult to get this information from the farmers. And the time to collect data, no specific feedback from the advisors. I think it was just my conclusion, but yes. So what are our recommendations from this experience with this project? So the importance, of course, of considering the three pillars of sustainability, and also, for example, the additional time that is required for the farmers to have all this data collection, but also to try new practices and to be trained to these new practices. The first results give an overview of the initial situation on farms, but in this project, what we will try to do is to do this data collection again at the end of the project and see if these carbon farming projects improve the sustainability of the farm and the global situation of the farm. And finally, on the advisor's point of view, we really need to find the right balance between the additional time spent by the advisors to collect this very interesting data and the relevance of the sustainability audit. So that's our recommendation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Nice to meet you, everybody. My name is Sebastian Lubel. I work for OSI in Europe. My main market, my main area of focus is Austria. Really quickly, just worked. No, it's not working anymore. I'm so sorry. Just next slide, please. Just a very quick agenda. Who is OSI? Probably most of you haven't heard of us. And what's the project? What's our case study that I want to present to you today? And then we have how are we doing it? At the end, the allocation dynamics, one of my pet peeves, one of my big topics that I think should get more attention in that kind of discussion. And then finally, the strategic outlook. So who is OSI? OSI is essentially, everybody knows McDonald's, right? McDonald's started in the 50s in the US. The first butchery that supplied McDonald's with minced meat was OSI. Well, I mean, the small version of us. And we kind of grew together, and today OSI provides or supplies around 85% of McDonald's meats, all kinds, all around the world. And we have a quite large presence in Europe, where we not only process for beef patties or chicken products like nuggets and so on, we also are operating several cattle slaughterhouses in several key markets. My main area is Austria. Then we have Poland, Germany, Ukraine, and so on. The big advantage of being a private company and having kind of like this vertically integrated system is we can directly from the farmer, or rather other way around, from the customer, hand down any kind of incentives, any kind of projects that our customers want to do directly down to our farmers, to the suppliers that deliver the animals to us every day. And that direct link enables us to do projects such as the next one. Opa. That one. So we have established around 20 years ago in Poland the project called Cultivate, where today 15,000 farms are enlisted, and they supply us with their animals. Around 50% of our meat or our animals we get from those 15,000 farmers. And initially it was a quality control, animal welfare, and some environmental topics in there. And now we redid it, we reworked the whole thing to also include the primary data collection and to kind of future-proof the program. We are currently rolling out the new criteria, the new system. We have, out of those 15,000, already collected primary data on around 100 of them, which might not sound like a lot, but that has already been quite a lot of work to not only kind of streamline the process, but learn of how to properly do it and what kind of data farmers have easily accessible and are able to supply us with, and where do they need the most help. So it's surprisingly hard, and I don't mean this in a mean way, I just didn't expect it, to have certain kinds of data available as a farmer, especially if you're small scale, which kind of makes sense, but I was surprised. The main idea is it's a farmer-centric reporting system. So the farmer puts in all of the data, mainly using documents he already has available. So invoices, herd records, documentation from his eco scheme application, and so on. They can upload that, and the MRV tool we're using, Root Global, which I will introduce next slide, they kind of pull all the data they need out of this, right? This is then verified and looked at by the systems of Root Global, and to make sure that the farmer isn't putting isn't making the calculation better than it necessarily is. For us, the big advantage is that long term we hopefully will be able to supply our customers with ideally carbon reduced product lines where we finally, or where we will be able to give customers of our customers, meaning me or you, the opportunity to actually pay for a reduced carbon footprint, and the farmer themselves get essentially the opportunity to take part in the carbon farming topic, get to take part in those programs. The incentive structure is quite immediate. They get essentially money per kilogram slaughter weight delivered to us. It is actually, I would say, a significant amount. It's around 1 or 2 zlotys. That's around 25 to 50 cents, somewhere around there. Right now, it's not like that big of a deal because raw material prices, or the price of slaughter weight, has skyrocketed a lot. But it is significant, and it will, keep playing a part in making sure that farmers earn enough through what they're doing. The long-term goal is, as I mentioned, is a results-based payment, right? Outcome and not measures we want to incentivize. And meaning X, we want to incentivize a range of X having as the carbon footprint, and not just no tillage or some other kind of measures implemented. Root Global, the primary function is they do all of the data collection and the software story behind the whole thing. They kind of do the hard work that it kind of works smoothly and quickly. And they have several plausibility checks built into the system. I was surprised again as to how much help some farmers actually need as to what kind of data are we asking for. And Root Global is actually doing a lot of how do I say, localization as to making sure that some of the secondary data we have to use, because the information isn't available, is actually relevant to the markets we are working in. The process and Root Global are following all of the required and common guidelines and certifications. So meaning IDF for the allocation on farm level between milk and beef, the ISOs for the allocation themselves, and the whole process itself, the calculation itself, and obviously the GHG protocol. The calculation engine and the the standards, methodische Standards, let's say it in German. It's based on the Cool Farm tool. I don't know how many of you are familiar with it. In the livestock sector, it is known. They have the classic cradle to farm gate approach. Scope 1, 2, and 3 are all included. And we get essentially 2 standardized outputs. We get one, the functional units. Well, the standardized outputs meaning the carbon footprint for a kilogram of live weight of a cow or a young bull or a heifer, as well as the FPCM, so the fat and protein corrected milk. There is the standard, and dairies that are also involved in this obviously also get that information. As I mentioned earlier, we have an allocation topic on slaughterhouse level. This is something that I'm actually, I don't know, passionate about, but that's something that I think we should talk about more. The problem is that at slaughterhouse level, you kind of separate the whole animal into a carcass and all that's left, right? So the hides, the intestines, all of the things that humans don't necessarily want to eat, especially in Europe, in different markets. That is a very different topic. But if I go from an economic standpoint, economic allocation, meaning that which part of, now we have separated the animal into its parts, which part do I want the most, or how do I allocate the emission burden, so to speak, right? And if I go from an economic standpoint, most of the emissions will go to the slaughter weight, to the carcass weight, right? To what we eat, because it has the most value. That kind of doesn't really incentivize all the others also profiting off of the animal, so to speak, to also invest into reducing the carbon footprint. All of the rendering, all of the high topics, all of the leather ends up in luxury goods, the leather ends up in cars. All of those kind of companies are trying, and I understand, obviously, trying to say we are a side product. We are kind of upcycling something that otherwise gets thrown away. And I can obviously see their argument, but it would make everything a lot easier if all of those customers would kind of carry at least a little bit more of what they're trying to carry in trying to achieve a reduction in emissions. That's like kind of essentially what we're really trying to do, right? And that's already my final slide. I just think that there's like 4 things that are kind of really important. The first one is, how do we tell the story? I think we kind of overlook sometimes that we actually, or I'm really trying to tell what we are doing or what the standards are doing to farmers. And that's hard, right? So maybe we can make it a little easier, and maybe we can focus on actually what do we want to achieve, and not how perfect down to the last kind of decimal number do we want to achieve it. And which kind of goes to the second point. We have to have it easy to implement. It doesn't have to be rocket science, right? We just low tillage or no tillage, menu management, milk efficiency, milk yield, all those kinds of topics are kind of basic and have been known for 30 years. We don't have to kind of reinvent the wheel here, which again is kind of in the third point. It has to be, I want to do something. I have a lot of customers of us that also want to do something. And it feels like everybody's kind of waiting for the starting pistol to be shot. That everything is set now. Okay, now I can actually plan and do what we want to do. But it feels everybody's waiting for something, and I'm not really sure kind of what it is. Because we really have to start reducing today, or mitigating, or insetting, offsetting, however you want to call it. The whole thing is not waiting for us to kind of finalize our last calculation. And I'm really always trying to push towards, we can't measure it perfectly now, that's fine. We know, like, I'm pretty sure that most of the measures that will be having the huge impacts are already known and already being implemented in regenerative agriculture and so on. But we have to start, like, at least, like, maybe hopefully today, ideally 10 years ago or something, maybe even further back. Thank you for your attention.
Before the slide goes up, apologies if this was a bit of a bumpy one. We lost our session lead and moderator, probably another panelist as well along the way. So it's quite a heroic effort. We did it. So I was meant to talk more about how can that transition be financed, a bit less related to what Alberto showed about compost, but definitely very linked to what Anais showed about transitioning and looking at the impact in a more holistic way that goes beyond simply carbon, and I'll touch upon that, but as well as what Sebastian said in terms of like the processor and the role that those actors can play in developing incentives. And the incentive structure, whether it's kind of an investment one, is what I'm gonna talk about today. But before I do so, I will frame a bit the project where this has been developed. So I'm working at Climate Kick, where my role is to indeed think about designing innovative financial solutions to regenerate landscape and relocalizing food system. And a great project that I have the pleasure to be involved in, and I see also representative from both Climate Kick, but also the Irish government in the room, is our deep demonstration in Ireland. Deep demonstration is a methodology Climate Kick has developed, but what is fundamentally underpinning it is the vision set by the Irish government in the Food Vision 2030, which it's not too far now, but when it was done, it was a bit further, and it sets some targets. Especially, I think the most important one is 25% reduction by 2030 with the overall ambition for climate neutrality. And what Climate Kick has done with the DAFM, the Department of Agriculture, Food and Marine in the Irish government, and different stakeholders, is about developing that shared vision, co-designing a portfolio of intervention that if you want to address systemic change, it will not happen project by project, but with a portfolio of it. And then once you have them, then start doing it. And similar to what you were saying, it's good to learn by doing and test different things, whether they're technology or different approaches to the transition. So fundamentally, linked to what Anais showed, what we use as a framework for our holistic impact that we want to achieve in the dairy sector, which is where the kind of farm system I'm focusing today, is built on Common for Return. I hope some of you already are familiar with the model. If you're not, it's highly recommended framework for a holistic version of impact, because it's not only in the environment bit, where it's not just about carbon, but biodiversity is in it, water is in it, and other aspects of it like soil health. But it has three different components, three different returns, starting from the economic one, Anais, you were showing that as well, the social one, also already part of it, and then Commonland quite cleverly has included the inspirational one, which is very much, you have there some example, but it's about your outlook, how positively you are thinking about the future, which is a key part of transition on farm, especially if we ask farmers to invest. So they need to believe that the future is going to be brighter, at least not as bad. And this is the framework we use. So what my role is, I'm not an agronomist. All the good stuff that were done before, I got other people involved, and again, some of these are in the room. But then my point is, how can we use innovative finance to crowd in capital into that transition? And I think there are four key objectives that my sorts of thinking is driven by. So first of all, we need to incentivize the farmers. They need to see that as a viable and attractive proposition. And we need to incentivize not one, not two, not five, but at least hundreds, even in that learning by doing experiments. Secondly, we need to demonstrate that what we are doing in the framework of carbon farming can deliver the holistic impact I was referring to. Whether it's Anais model, the full return, doesn't really matter. It cannot be just about carbon. Thirdly, we need to shift the risk associated to outcome payments. Too often, people talk about outcome payments as if this is the holy grail for farmer. It is not. They get paid if they deliver the outcome. What if they've done everything correct and the outcome don't materialize? What if, because of issues maybe within the MRV, the outcome payment, only a fraction of it goes to the farmer and the rest is sucked by lots of intermediary. So that's a key aspect of it. And fourth, partially related to that, we need to build that market. It doesn't exist today. Carbon, some people say it's already quite a functioning market. I could argue maybe after over a drink of it, but we need to build that market. And that market will only come if we try things and work towards that. So with that in mind, this is my final bit, which I would like to present the model that we would like to test. So the structure was called social impact bonds, development impact bonds. They've done humanitarian impact bonds. Is a classic results-based finance structure. However, in agriculture, we'll take a bit of a different approach, and I'm going to try to go through this step by step. So first of all, the impact bonds in the middle is not a financial vehicle, is two outcome-based contracts. One contract informs how the private capital, the blue at the top, is deployed initially. So that's the first contract, possibly with a bank. The second contract is with these guys here, the outcome payer. So the second contract will say you commit contractually if certain outcome materialize to pay for those outcomes at the pre-agreed price. So the impact bonds is made of two contracts. Let's go now step by step on how it works. So firstly, the investor, as I said, it could be a bank. BNP Paribas, if you know, is a bank that has a dedicated team working on this type of product. So is not so innovative nowadays. They will provide money to the impact bonds as a loan. And that money will cover two main things. There is also, of course, an organization that implement the projects, but the costs are mostly two. First, whatever intervention we want to support the farmer with. We are talking about methane reduction, whether it could be slurry additives, whether it could be the arable things. Possibly, we could even include compost to be more inclusive, Alberto. But ultimately, money that will help farmers to cover the cost of whatever they need to do. As I said, there is going to be an intermediary in the middle to implement the project. Let's forget about this. And then also money into, I called it the data hub, but it's ultimately an MRV protocol, like going and measuring and whatever outcomes you're after, you need to go, whether it's a survey to the farmer, whether it's sampling the soil. I'm trying to be quite open now so that maybe that relates to most of the cases you can think of. So the money is there, the project is on. Well done. Second step is we need baselining. So the first thing happening is this function is going to go and measure the sorts of metrics that you are interested in monitoring. And this measurement, it will happen, of course, at the beginning to baseline, at the middle, like interim measurement, and then, of course, at the end of the project. So this is a recurrent function, at least 3 times in a project that could last maybe 5 years. What's happening is, of course, that if you measure, then there is a data flow. And the color, I hope they're quite different and enough different. But then there is this data flow. And the data are held there. Could be a dashboard. It doesn't need to be sophisticated. But the reason why this is important is because of the function number 4. So results-based finance only works if the evaluator is completely external to the project, is completely independent, and is tasked to come and check that the data you have are actually real. So you can see that also as an auditing function. But what they do is they go and check the data and say, well, they are good, they're legit. And once these guys say this is legit, they create a report that is sent to the outcome payer, in which they say, we can show you that the data that says this or that or blah, 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 it's all legit. So you are now contractually obliged to pay for those outcomes. That money, as I said, is taken and given back, in this case, to a bank, let's say, or whoever has funded upfront the intervention. At the end of the project, if you have been good, the outcome funding, the outcome payments will be sufficient to pay back the bank with also a little return, is a loan. But the interesting part is that if you have not been good enough, the farmers are not going to lose. It's a loan. So when loans don't get paid, there is default. And that's what happened. So if the intervention we have designed is not going to deliver enough outcomes, the outcome payments will be less than the loan. The risk is taken by the investor. The investors always take risk in exchange of a return. So this is how the financing works. one thing I wanted to say is that because is this holistic view of impact, and Anais already mentioned, but I just want to say kind of the approach we take in Ireland. So in dairy, methane is the main thing, but we have other important aspects, specifically to the Irish context. So for example, water quality, you mentioned it as well, is definitely a key one. Biodiversity and space for nature is definitely another key factor. Additionally, the social aspects and the inspirational performances. So this is our ambition. This is the product we're working on. It's the end of my presentation, and I just shot it, I guess. Excellent. So as I said, we were quite improvised, and maybe Alberto, you want to come back here? To be fair, I don't know. I think if there are some questions and stuff, we can just take it from there. Maybe can we use that, maybe? That microphone? So maybe.
Bro.
Oh, lovely. Okay, so should we just shout, maybe? Please, you start.
Yeah, thank you. It's actually a question for the last speaker. And you talked about the investor being likely to be banks. I'm afraid I didn't really hear who the outcome payer was likely to be. It'd be interesting to have a little bit more information about them and why they're happy to lose money.
So the starting point, as I was saying, is starting with the processors and the value chain. So we have processors, and in the value chain, there is interest as scope 3 reduction, as we heard today. Now, you rightly pointed out, those are not the whole outcomes we want to market. So the ambition and the conversation is that whether it's the social ones, those might be more philanthropic actors. Last conversation I had is a foundation that is very focused on mental health. And they were saying, we would love to do mental health in agriculture. They've never done it. But to say that, of course, the social aspects are less commercial. But when it comes to water quality, for example, there are plenty of evidence and other models. I think the one I could recommend looking at is Lens, the landscape. They have brought a utility company, and water is also associated to flood risks. So I think water is an outcome that has been already commercialized. While biodiversity, maybe that I give an example of Italy, Etifor is the company doing this type of work. Space of nature is something very localized, so you can perhaps mobilize family businesses and entities that operate in the same area that have an interest in supporting the community around it. So it's not an easy one, but there are cases that have done it, so I wonder, why should we not do it? On the point of losing money, I think the systemic risk aspects and how these things are fundamentally threatening, I would say, business models, I think is a key aspect. We've heard about insurance, stop insuring. So if you're serious about still living in your village, maybe, and you are just below a few prone to floods farms, I think there is some serious existential questions that I think you should be asking yourself. And so that systemic risk, commercial viability, I think it's what ultimately drives investment in prevention. And absolutely not everyone is receptive to that message, but I think it's not losing money. It's, if anything, protecting your revenue in 20 years. Yeah, you go first, but then you and you.
Thank you. My question is to any of you who may want to pick it up. How do you measure and calculate the carbon impact, or perhaps also the methane impact of grazing? And do you have any insights of grazing with regards to carbon farming and also beyond carbon projects?
So yes, we evaluate methane. So enteric methane and also the methane due to the effluent on the farm. So when you have grazing, we will assess the difference between having slurry stored in the farm and the grazing outside. So we take this into account and we propose practices to reduce methane, even if for the moment we do not propose, for example, additives. They are not included in the tools for the moment. But yes, we look at the ingestions of the cows, and depending on the diet of the cows that is collected on the farm and the evolution of this diet all across the year, we are able to assess the methane, enteric methane emissions, in addition to the, again, to the methane due to the slurry and manure and so on. So I'm not sure if I answered your question, but. Oh, so you mean having like sniffers or green feed to monitor directly? Oh, for carbon sequestration. We have several projects to, well, as what it was presented in the plenary session, we also have projects to do samples and try to have a map of the soils in France and the carbon sequestration potential for the different soils. And especially for the grasslands, because sometimes it's a bit difficult to get this information for grasslands. We have it for crops, but temporary grasslands, permanent grasslands, it's more difficult. And in the tool, for the moment, we have we have an average for each type of surface, but we are working with a model that is much more precise. Including, for example, the management of your grasslands, depending on if it's grazing, if you do hay, these kind of things, how many cuts, and so on. And we will be able indeed to assess carbon sequestration much more precisely than what we do actually. That's it.
Perhaps just from a conversation yesterday, is that carbon sequestration in grassland, especially permanent one, is something that has been overlooked a bit from the public and CRCF, but also the private sector standard and greenhouse gas protocol, for example. So it seems that it's coming, but at the moment there is not yet a framework for that specific carbon to then be included in other things. So I think it's like livestock now. I think those things that will come in as soon as there will be more clarity on like, how you sample it, how you measure it, then possibly there would be more uptake, I would say. But at the moment it's something not so well developed.
Thank you very much for your very interesting presentation. Fabrizio, I'm coming from University of Pisa, and I'm a PhD student on agroforestry for sustainable animal production. Just to have two demands. One is, what is the instrument that you use to assess the methane emission in your studies? And what do you think about the implementation of agroforestry system, in particular the use of tree for fodder production? That is something that is under study in a few years. that it can be a solution for load emission and give resilient forage for farmer. Thank you.
Nice. I feel like you're the expert here.
Like not, but so regarding the methane emissions, so we use an equation that was developed by INRAE. So based on the ingestions, the type of animals, the weight, and so on. So that basically what we use in the tool. We are also, so we have a project, a French project that is called Methane 2030. And in this project, we have included different experimental farms in France to assess methane, enteric methane emissions with green feeds, sniffers, laser methane detectors, and so on, and try to have an overview to compare the results we have with the different tools. So that's one of the first objectives of the project, and try also to to test the equations. And for example, we have this LMD that is used to assess the fluxes of methane, but it's not possible at the moment to convert it into gram per day. It's very difficult. We don't know if in this project we will find the equation to make the link between these two units, but we are working on it. And the other aspect of this project, we have several aspects in this project, but something else is also to test different additives, so algae, bovaer, etc., on the experimental farms of the French Livestock Institute and the Chambers of Agriculture. So that's for the methane part. And for the agroforestry, what we see at the moment is that it's a very small part of the livestock farmers who decide to plant trees on the farms. To give you an examples, in the live carbon farming project, we had like 2% of the farmers who decided to plant trees. So that's a very small amount, and we need to investigate further on this aspect. And I think you also mentioned it for the fodder use of the agroforestry. So for this, we have another experimental farm with a specific aspect to see how we can complement the diet of the cows, for example, during the summer with agroforestry, so with fodder coming from the trees. In fact, it's very interesting because we see that when there are drought, the fodder coming from the trees can be like the additional part that can really help the farmers to overcome this period of drought. But for the moment, it's only experimental aspects. And in this farm, it was for dairy cows.
Is there something maybe you could say about methane, if it is something that you look at also from a compost perspective, or no comment? Okay, I try to include them. We just go first to him.
I think at least three speakers mentioned the challenge in gathering data. The increased administrative pressure and finding the balance of how much more data is worth the effort. How are you going to organize this better for the future? What's your vision on that? Because the more granular the data we want for our models, which will help the outcomes to be more precise, the more effort it is going to cost farmers to supply that data. It's fragmented at the moment. I work for a company that has dairy robots at 45,000 farms. A lot of data is generated there, but how do we match this into common systems where a farmer doesn't just have to gather its input from tens of different sources and then give it to OSI, but also to their dairy processor, which may want something which is just a bit different. How are we going to organize that?
I think that's a very good question. I would love to be able to be in a position to have a perfect answer. I think we should we are all looking for the same thing. We're just trying to read different outcomes out of the same data, so to speak. And this is maybe wishful thinking, but it always seemed very intuitively easy for me, well, not easy, but obvious, to have a centralized data bank kind of on a European level maybe, where the farmer gets, how do I say, the farm level data gets collected in a standardized way, so everything is comparable, and whoever needs the data, to however granular, either pays the individual farmer for that data or access to that data, or gets access through some, participating in programs or whatever. So I think something like this is a huge undertaking, I understand. But there's so many MRV tools, and everybody, all of them want to sell you all of the great things they can do. And if this sounded sarcastic, I wasn't supposed to be. I'm sure that, a lot of innovation is happening. But the basics of the data and the low-hanging fruits are most of the time very easily available. Most of the time, as I mentioned earlier, it surprised me how hard some data points are to kind of then actually get.
I'll say something, but also to give time to all of you to think about a question around compost. So I'm watching for you. But to say that impact bond structure that we are exploring, I think one of the main reasons why we decided to look at that instead of, for example, a carbon project, is this idea of pooling outcomes. And therefore going on the field once, measure for multiple use cases, hold the data in one place, and having a one-to-many relationship. And I think this comes from the realization that MRV costs are too high. That's the classic sentence. But there is too much focus on reducing the cost of MRV because that's the only use cases you can see. So you start optimizing everything for example, carbon. While we should start thinking, if this is the cost, how much more money can I make with that sorts of sets of data? And so it's like addressing, instead of like a company wants to grow, they can decide to cut the cost or increase the revenue. I think that's the approach that you can take when you anyway are going to the field and are sending someone to audit and do a farming survey. So ask more questions if those data points might serve other purposes. Compost question? I'm afraid. Okay. Compost question. I love you.
I will ask my compost question first. Bokashi, is there any value in Bokashi in advantages over composting and keeping the air in? And secondly, then with your research into livestock and grazing particularly, and recent research coming out of Ireland and now Wageningen on reduction of methane from grazing animals, how close are we to making livestock the good guys, not the bad guys?
Okay, open. Okay. I reply first. Unfortunately, Bokashi has not an industrial perspective, so I could not answer from my experience. It looks interesting in terms of being a procedural process that is very conservative in terms of the organic matter containing the residues that I used to produce the Bokashi compost. But unfortunately, I don't have an industrial answer to give you on this product. Maybe before we were discussing about methane and measurement, a contribution that I can give to you in terms of suggestion I have talked to you about the benefits of composting soils, but I have as well told you about the fact that compost is produced from the recycling of waste. So in my imagination, it would be fine to be able to bring in a carbon farming activity the burden of emissions saved by the production of compost through the different processes. For example, compost produced from integrated processes, anaerobic, anaerobic. So be able to give to the compost that you provide to soil even the emission savings that you have provided because you have produced biogas, biomethane, because you have saved the emissions from the landfill that would have otherwise occurred if organic waste would have left in the landfill or being burned in an incinerator. And all these aspects can of course be measured in the process, because the process occurs in a closed reactors, and so you can more or less measure anything, almost anything. And so it is a suggestion, it is an idea.
And on that, I think it's interesting, not only anaerobic digestion for biogas, but now, for example, with renewable policy coming into play, then that could become also through ammonia stripping and scrubbing technology, then can become a way to also replace chemical fertilizer. And so that thing you said is almost double. I think perhaps on the other point also, how to make the livestock guys the good guys. Maybe we can just go around and call it a day. I think we saved the panel, so thank you very much. Maybe I'll start and then I'll pass. Something that our project in Ireland has shown, and I think that's we're working on, is that a key aspect is indeed the narrative one and the story we build. So we can develop a fancy marketing campaign, and I think like Dare to Dairy was one of the slogan that in the project was mentioned, and some other cool stuff. But I think ultimately the point that I think in Ireland is quite clear is that it's a massive economic development assets for a country like Ireland. You cannot fix climate crisis or agriculture by kind of diminishing the value. It's almost something you should capitalize on, because it benefits so many people, it supports the economy. So I think if we can find ways to work with dairy farmer, but without necessarily diminishing their value, as if the climate strategy is diminishing the value of that sector, I think it's going to be difficult. But if you can find ways even to perhaps reduce the number of cows, for example, but still protecting, for example, profitability of the business, I think that, to me, that at least to me, that's the balance I understand working in this area. So it's all about protecting the viability of the business while accepting that some intervention might be needed. But I think that's a balance that can be struck. I don't know what, and then we can go.
For me, the topic of cattle being the good guys, essentially, it all comes down to what you measure and how you measure it. I never really understood why a mother-calf system extensively on the high alpines, so to speak, is the worst thing in the world. So it's just, you know, which numbers do you want to pull and what do you want to look at? Tomorrow we have a new framework and suddenly everything is different. I don't know. I don't understand why organic is such a bad thing from a pure carbon footprint point of view. I mean, I understand carbon footprint is an efficiency indicator. That's kind of basically it. Low input, high output, low input, low output, kind of however you kind of manage resources is what you get in the end. So I think if you want to raise livestock, whichever ones, doesn't really matter. There is going to be emissions, but we're not doing it because they look pretty, but because we want to eat something, and all the other kind of additionalities that they provide. I'm from Austria. Our ski slopes are open, our alpine regions are open because of grazing. So there is so much more to it than just they produce emissions, and that's a bad thing. So it's always very hard for me to not sound super biased coming from the cattle industry, right? And there's kind of this tendency to point towards pork and chicken and say they are the bad guys because we just eat grass and everything's fine. There's obviously a lot to do better and to improve on. But I really don't like the whole conversation of cattle being the bad guys or the good guys or whatever. It's just, if you want to eat milk or consume milk or eat meat, cattle has to at some point exist. And that's kind of, yeah, my point.
Is there any other question or?
I just wanted to comment your idea with data sharing and open data and stuff. I think there is not much farmer here, but a lot of farmers are concerned about sharing all the data and what that is used for in the end against the farmer. So just be realistic here. And you also have like AI Act and Data Act and things. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm extremely sorry. Apologies for missing that. I just want to say that I think sharing the data is one step, but then is the controlled access the other part. So a lot of the times data are taken for a purpose, and then there is completely lack of accountability on what else is happening. So I think that idea of that middle ground is also to make sure that the access is controlled, and it could be for approval, the Flemish ILVO with DJust Connect, or in Finland, Data Space Europe is all about the governance around for specific purposes, sending a request, having to approve, and as soon as through APIs, as soon as that purpose is kind of done, you kind of lose access. So to be fair, this to me is more of a governance and social agreement type of issue. It is not really a tech one, or yeah, it's not too difficult if there is the willpower to allow that sort of actual data ownership instead of yeah, they own the data, but they cannot really do anything about it.
I agree 100%. The data should be owned by the farmers and they should have 100% agency over it. I personally think that I would rather give my data to the European Commission and some servers ideally located in Europe, rather than some private MRV that at some point might get bought up by a huge conglomerate and does with that data whatever they want, or just storing the data that my data on some AWS server somewhere. I think I agree 100%, but since so many kind of, how do I say, participants of the value chain are trying to access the same thing, making this possible, I think, would increase, so to speak, the monetary value of sharing my data by a lot for the farmer. But to be honest, I'm not an expert on this. That was just essentially my idea of why isn't there like a centralized database, a warehouse where I can kind of request access and the farmer can say, yes, here you go. And I can incentivize him for that. And we can go on a way together, on a journey together to reduce his emissions. That's kind of where I'm coming from. The data is, yeah. Any more questions?
I have nothing more to say. Maybe. Okay.
Okay.
Let's start first with the role of animals in the food system. If you want to make the food system more sustainable, circularity is an important part, and without circularity, without animals, you can never reach full circularity. So animals, like you say, they are an essential element of our food system. The question that I was having for you is that I noticed from your monitoring system is that you currently reward the farmers for kilograms per slaughter meat. And then at the same time you say, okay, maybe it makes sense to also have carbon credits assigned to, or carbon emissions assigned to the leather, to whatever other side products come off of it. Is there something like a dialogue going on using the whole animal in carbon accounting, or is it at this moment currently only directed to the meat sector? And that's for me an honest question, open question, and is there an opportunity to start that dialogue?
So there is right now, they reopened the guidelines discussion on European Commission level as to how to allocate side products, byproducts, and main products on slaughterhouse level. So everybody is, well, everybody apart from the cattle industry, meaning the meat sector, is, you know, very small, very tiny. I don't, my products are side products. I don't deserve any emissions. And from a meat point of view, that kind of, I understand the economic argument, obviously, but it kind of seems a little counter to what we're trying to achieve as like a society sector, wherever you want to go with this. We want to reduce emissions on farm level, and I need as many parties involved as possible to finance the whole thing. We've heard today several times that we need so much more money that there is in the system available. And if the car building companies, VWs, BMW and whoever, starts to have to kind of incentivize farmers for reducing their emissions because they need the leather to reach certain thresholds, that's great. I will be able to, at some point, hopefully provide them with those carbon reduced leather pieces, right? So that's where we are trying to kind of get everybody involved and not allow anybody of our customers to kind of sneak away and move themselves out of the picture. But right now, there is exactly that discussion happening for what kind of allocation methodology to use on slaughterhouse level.
Thank you. It's really for you there, the question. So would it be helpful to have sort of an independent third party to come in to almost knock your heads together and say that it needs to be 80% to this, 10% to that, 3% to the other? Is that the bit that's missing?
I think there's good luck. I would love if somebody could knock our heads together, so to speak, and go with mass balance. So whatever thing weighs, that's the amount of emission it kind of gets attributed to it. But as I mentioned, it's I personally, I don't know how to solve this, because it's like one sector against many different, not against, but yeah, well, we have different interests, obviously, but it's kind of an against. And I understand the counter argument, obviously, because of the economic point, but it would make everything a lot easier if we went with mass balance, or the gold standard would be biophysical. That's very hard to do and way out of what we are trying to achieve. Mass balance is a great second kind of solution to this. Yeah, well, thank you very much for well, thank you very much for your time. I hope you learned something today. I learned something. I learned quite a lot. Have a good day.
Was eliminating the so wasn't really